see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yay!
Oh, Tony Khan is the best guy. Ooh, yeah. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone made another huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in his head. The forums laughed, the podcast cried, the tribal wars burned all night. But Dave was there with a brand new take, explaining every questionable mistake. The Khan is the best guy. Never wrong, it'll tell you why. If Tone Books didn't certify, Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone on the phone at 2:45. Dave, what'd you think of the show? Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro. The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here. Tony Khan is the best guy. The stars keep climbing to the sky. 7 stars, Dave might just try. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone can do no wrong tonight. Dave's already got the headline tight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone booked the match. Dave loved the match. Tone booked the show. Dave loved the show. How many stars? Yes.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show Wednesday night. Yeah. I am your host, Phil S.
You
Mars.
are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
Oh, yeah, and tonight we have a jam-packed show, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get into Phil Marks bookmarks, we have so much to talk about tonight. Tommy Dreamer accusations have come out since his release from TNA. We have TNA regular, schmegular, degular TNA news. Bubba Ray Dudley's been exposed by Joey Janela, allegedly. Some people are taking Bully's side in all of this. Also, Josh Barnett offered to smack him around. We're going to get into all of that. We have WWE, AEW, TNA, and NXT PLE / pay-per-views to preview tonight. So, of course, we have WWE Night of Champions, AEW Forbidden Door, TNA Slammiversary, and NXT, the Great American Bash. 3 of those taking place on Sunday. 1 of them taking place during the day early on a Saturday. So we got to preview it all tonight, folks, because we're not going to have time really on Saturday, right? Because we're going to be watching the show during the day and everything like that. So I did have a sicko segment all planned out before on like Saturday's live show or whatever that we never got to. And if you guys want to hear me talk about AAA and Daga and fucking the faction returning to AAA with Carmen Petrovich and who else is in that thing? Nima, the Garzas, Los Perros del Mal. The name was escaping me there. I talk about all of that, and I review Raw on Memba Monday. So memberships are 99 cents. Shout out the new patrons. I saw some people joined and signed up. Keep signing up for patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Some new drops coming over there. And those are my plugs, guys. I need you guys to get in the poll, in the chat, wherever you're watching the show. Kick, shout out Kick. Shout out to people watching on Kick, and on X, on YouTube, wherever you are. I put a poll here up on the screen, and wherever you're chatting, vote in the poll. Which PLE are you most excited for this weekend? 1 in the chat for WWE Night of Champions, 2 in the chat for AEW Forbidden Door, 3 in the chat for TNA Slammiversary, or 4 in the chat for NXT Great American Bash, okay? 1 for WWE, 2 for AEW, 3 for TNA, 4 for NXT. Which PLE are you most looking forward to? And yes, become a member. It's only 99 cents. I do weekly member shows. It's usually on Monday. Sometimes we switch it up. And patrons get access to that as well. on top of like exclusive videos and watch-alongs, and me and my pal JJ Alexander are going to be watching Tough Enough season 2 right away. We watched the whole first season. Every episode of us EFAPing it and watching it along is over there. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. The link, I pinned it in the chat on YouTube and wherever you guys are watching. Just look for that. I appreciate it. Round of applause to the PWT universe as everybody files in. Okay. And I hope you guys enjoyed the world premiere of Tony Khan is the best guy. Shout out Pastor Sweet Tea for that one. So guys, we are going to get into so the sicko segment. I wanted to do it tonight. Okay. I just don't know. Like this whole drama with Tommy Dreamer and Bully Ray sort of took all of that over. And so maybe we'll just do sickos on Saturday before Night of Champions, whatever. I'll handle putting the shows together. You guys sit back and enjoy them, but just letting you know. Okay, so we're going to dive into Phil Marks' bookmarks, and we're going to get into miscellaneous news here just to set things off. Okay, we got to get into light news as we do here on this show, and maybe we'll do some ratings wars tonight. I got dirt sheet fails. I don't know if we're gonna get to it all tonight. There's too much show. There's too much stuff to talk about. Okay, so that's why you stay locked here with Pro Wrestle Times, locked in here with Pro Wrestle Times.
Let's talk about it.
And we will talk about it all. Make sure you guys are voting in the poll. Okay, again, that's 1 for WWE Night of Champions, 2 for AEW Forbidden Door, 3 for TNA Slammiversary, 4 for NXT Great American Bash. Even if you're hate watching, you want to be like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. You're just a fucking E-drone. Then come in here and vote for AEW in this poll, just wherever you're chatting. Okay. Lincoln Hawk for 5 says, no better place to spend my B-Day tonight. Dude, happy fucking birthday. Oh, shit, guys, he triggered it. He paid for this, bro. We're serenading you, buddy. Everyone sing along, clap, sing. Everyone. Goes out to Lincoln Hawk. Yeah. Hey. Oh my God. Okay. No place better to spend my B-Day. Happy birthday, bro. Then with PWT versus Los Perros del Mal has some potential, and it's going to be a great weekend for Graps. Fuck yeah, dude. If you're not busy this weekend, hit me up too. If you ain't doing shit on Sunday. And happy birthday, dude. And then he gifts 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships for his birthday. God damn it, he triggered. Shout you out, man. Round of applause. Shout out Lincoln Hawk. And thank you so much for the big support. And God bless you today. Okay, everybody. Yeah, make sure you're saying happy birthday to your guy. And yeah, Lincoln, hit me up, dude. Hit me up. And Sunday, maybe we'll link up. You come on and watch TNA or some of these PLEs with me. God damn, there's a lot to get to. Anyways, guys, let's get into, speaking of getting into it all, let's get into miscellaneous news here. We're going to dive in. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news for miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Dr. Martha Hart was the recipient of the Calgarian of the Year Award at the 26th Calgary Awards. So shout her out. I didn't put this in AEW news because is she really an AEW? I mean, she's kind of affiliated with them, but because of the work her husband did in other companies. So it's miscellaneous news. But yeah, shout out Dr. Martha Hart. Speaking of needing a doctor, the San Antonio Spurs Thanos jumped in a wrestling ring and got active. And let's see, if you guys aren't familiar, what happened was the Knicks won the NBA Finals. They went on like a 13 or 14 game winning streak, lost one game, started beating up Spurs fans. And then they like ended up winning, like everyone knew they were gonna. but this dude showed up. I don't know if this had to be in New York, but there's a video of this guy like storming through the crowd of like New York Knicks fans, and none of them want any smoke with this guy. He's throwing them around. He's fighting like 10 dudes. People are sucker punching him and not doing shit. It's like Superman. They punch him and his hand breaks. You know? So he made his pro wrestling debut at like a local indie, and this is actually fucking genius. Shout out whoever booked this. This is fucking ingenious.
What the? Oh my God! What the hell?
Like, you can tell he don't know shit about wrestling. He's trying to be safe though, man. Shout this kid out. This is good. Whoever booked this, dude. Let's go. Yeah! Just throwing cheesy shots, but just a nice heel throw. Oh, over the top.
Oh my God! Oh my God! My God! Did it again! He did it again!
And thank God it didn't turn into a Raja Jackson situation where some guy, social media celebrity fucking runs in a ring and starts shooting on people. And yeah, he was laying his shit in pretty softly there, making sure he wasn't like taking anybody out, taking any potato in anybody. And they walked him through it, and they leaned into his gimmick, like the no selling of the Knicks fans. Fuck you, Knicks fans. I'm joking. It was cool to see them win. It was just shitty how at the end they were the sorest winners and losers in out of every team. And at least somebody from San Antonio got over after that shit. So speaking of getting over, Scotty 2 Hotty, who I recently downloaded in WWE 2K26 on Xbox, ladies and germs. Scotty 2 Hotty got the worm over like fucking Rover. So much so we've seen people hit the caterpillar, and we've seen other people do the dance, the Too Cool dance segment with Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hotty and Brian Christopher, Grandmaster Sexay over the years. And now Scotty 2 Hotty is still in good enough shape, and he's spry enough to where he can break it down with his kids the way Rikishi did with the Usos. Let's take a look. What are they saying? What are the lyrics to the Too Cool theme? What are the lyrics to the team, to WWF for Too Cool in WWF? Because I know Scotty 2 Hotty would be like, turn it up. Yeah, see, it's always just turn it up. They never have the lyrics for... What is it called? You Look Fly Today? Okay. Too Cool. You Look Fly Today. Is that the actual name of that song? Nobody knows the lyrics, I swear to God. Huh. See, it just says you can find it on TikTok and stuff. Google doesn't even have an answer. Chat, what are they saying? In the sky, you look fly today. Growing up, I was always like, in the sky, shoe baddie. That's what I had no idea what the fuck they were saying. So you look fly today. I never knew the song was even called You Look Fly. I just thought it was too. Oh no, they were shooting a music video or something. Speaking of drawing, NWA Power is now not only on Comet, but it is also on Tubi. And a lot of people are choosing Tubi. Now, I wonder if Dave Meltzer wrote in the Wrestling Observer, Brian, that Tubi's owned by Fox, so NWA is bigger than TNA right now, Brian. I'm curious. But shout him out. He's Billy Corgan's taking NWA. It is on Comet, which I don't know where that airs, in like nursing homes or something. And apparently they're doing similar to TNA ratings. And we're talking about Tubi. So when Dave wants to pull all these fake fucking numbers in the near future, in the next year or two, talking about he knows what type of viewership they're doing on Tubi, and he tries to flex Tubi and stuff, we're going to be like, we'll keep the same energy for NWA, buddy. Bucko. So shout out NWA. Speaking of the indies or indie adjacent, I guess. I don't know. NWA is an indie. No, or is it like a legacy fed? Do we make that distinction? It's a legacy fed? Because like ROH is kind of like an indie, but it's not. Like Tone owns it. Okay. It's more of like a legacy fed at this point, right? Like it's not even what it was before. Anyways, doesn't matter. RCW Wrestling posted that they are proud to announce that Rebel, Tanae Brooks, Rebel, will be inducted into the 26th class of RCW Honors, a former RCW Women's Champion with a 231-day reign. Rebel represented RCW with class and professionalism. RCW. I love their cola.
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Anyone? So shout out Rebel. And that's good because she needs all the best energies right now. So something happened here. Sam Adonis, speaking of NWA, he posted this. Does anyone have an update on Pierreth Jr. yet? And he says, I'm just seeing this now and can't get a response. Any information would be appreciated. Hopefully my friend is okay. So you'll see like a guy kind of tweak something or just get completely gassed. I don't know. These guys don't look like they're in the best shape. Not shitting on them, but just saying. They're in average shape for wrestlers, I guess. And like a buddy has a delayed reaction, Pierreth Jr., and he just fucking collapses. And I don't think he's sound. I don't know if they're working or not, but I'll just tell you this much. Luchas get fucking pissed when they like go out for a dive, even though this guy did the worst going outside the ring for a dive ever. Right? Like look at him just sloppily go. Look at this guy. But Luchas get pissed when you like fuck up your dive. They'll just stomp on your head, or if like they're standing out there and then you don't dive on them, like there's shoot instances happen because of that. So I think this guy might have been legit hurt, and maybe it's because all these weird like sudden movements. Like look at this chop, how he lifts. Like he kind of jars back on his back, and that's not good for your lower back. And obviously the guy works out. I work out. I hope he's okay. Maybe they were working though. Like maybe they knew. I don't know. It looks like his right side seized up, or maybe a quad went out. He'd be probably grabbing at it, though. Yeah, I don't know. It looked pretty serious, and prayers up. I hope he's all good. And I don't know if there's been an update on that since then. But speaking of updates, now this I did put in the sicko segment because you guys know that in the sicko and wacko segment, you guys are like, where are you going with this, Phil? And shout out El Grande Neckbeard at AEW Neckbeard, who posted this video of this blog that I had vlog, I guess, that I had no idea existed. And this is Enzo Amore's girlfriend or wife. Again, I don't even know if they're married or what, but she like vlogs their trips together, I guess, like wrestling, and just like puts Enzo Amore over huge here. And so let's watch her vlog. I don't know if this is from Instagram or whatever. Shout out Neckbeards for posting this. And yeah, let's take a look.
Life of
I
Wrestling.
like to put feel good shit in the sickos and wackos though too. So I had this in there for a while, and I just put it in Miss News because I'm like, I don't think we're getting to a sicko segment again this week.
Wrestler's Girlfriend Season 2. Welcome back to my series where I give you a behind the scenes.
So here's the thing: are these stickers or is Enzo selling
Season 2.
NZ? Like, are these stickers or are these like his own nicotine pouches or whatever? These are called like NZs or something. So does he have his own Zyn product? I'm curious.
Welcome back to my series where I give you a behind the scenes look as I document life with my boyfriend, Real One, who you might know as Enzo Amore, but I call him Eric, as we hit the road, navigate the wrestling world, and enjoy life together. I know. I have been MIA. I've got so much to catch you up on, so let's just dive right in. Fourth Rope has been making waves, as usual.
Holy shit, he does. Yes, Enzo Amore, who wrestles under the name Real One, has his own pouch brand called NZ. However, unlike traditional tobacco or nicotine pouches, NZ pouches are completely nicotine-free. Okay, well then what's the point? Nootropics or nootropics, however you say it, but okay, some Joe Rogan bullshit. No, the focus is to help people wane off nicotine, so good. The pouches contain, I mean, like nicotine's very addictive, but they do say it does good shit for your brain and stuff like this, so who knows, right? But if you're addicted to it, and this promotes getting unaddicted, then that's good. But what's in this shit? It's like Diet Coke or Coke Zero. What's in Coke Zero? I don't know. Does that shit give you cancer? I don't know. Aspartame does, but nowhere near as much as sugar. But then people fearmonger the aspartame, so I just drink Diet Coke because I like the way it fucking tastes. I don't know, dude. Everything kills you, okay? You just got to do your thing. So if you like NZ pouches, get your goddamn NZ pouches. That's cool. I didn't know that.
The last time I checked in, we were gearing up for our Philly taping at the legendary ECW Arena. As I mentioned before, Eric is a huge part of Fourth Rope, not just as champion, but also as a producer and showrunner behind the scenes. If you haven't
remember the rumors like he's coming back to WWE, and then just nothing. So is he just wrapping up some dates, or what's going on with all of that? You know, I would love to know myself, but he would be good in WWE. I've said it. Him and Big Cass in WWE. They should actually push them as a team, and you can push them both as singles. You already know that. They've already done that, and they work as a team, and apparently WWE's interest is working singles as teams or whatever. Let's get through this.
Been to a Fourth Rope show or watched the tapes on YouTube, it's honestly hard to explain. The best way I can put it, we sold out the show before announcing most of the matches until days, and in some cases, hours before doors opened. Days like this are when Eric is fully in his element, mapping out matches, hands-on with production, coaching talent, preparing for his own opening.
Fourth Rope is like lit, and they partnered with TNA, and they did some cool shit, and he's just behind the scenes doing all this stuff. So clearly Triple H saw this in him too, I'm sure to some degree, but he would also be effective backstage. Probably. I don't know. They sold out this fucking show just knowing it's going to be a good goddamn show. And everybody's heard of Fourth Rope. And I think even the Hardys had their tag belts for a second. So look at Enzo, in ring, out of the ring, bada bing. He's doing the damn thing.
Match, and then spending the rest of the night on a headset and gorilla. It's also where I've learned to really embrace my independence, take time for myself, and use my autonomy to actually see the world. Now, while Philly probably isn't cracking my personal top 10 places to visit.
Oh shit, she just shaded Philly.
One of my best friends of 12 plus years lives there, so I got to spend time exploring the city, grabbing food, and catching up on life. I also invited a few friends out to the show to give them an up-close look at this very random, very chaotic life I somehow stumbled into after finding love. We barely had time to unpack from Philly before heading into New York City for a premiere of Balls Up, starring Mark Wahlberg and Paul Walter Hauser.
Look at this shit, dude. He's on the red carpet for Balls Up. I haven't watched that. I do want to see it. It's, again, she just said it, but Mark Wahlberg and Paul Walter Hauser. I think it's on Prime, yeah, as it says back there. Which I have Prime. I just haven't gotten around to watching that movie yet. I did watch Masters of the Universe, though, dude.
The latter of whom is also
I watched it last night.
Wrestler. Honestly, one of the funniest movies I've seen in a while, with such a unique premise for a comedy. We got to attend a private screening.
Oh, that's Mojo Rawley. I think I said his name right. Mojo Rawley. He was like the Hype Riders. You remember him?
With good friends ahead of its release on Amazon Prime, and it ended up being a...
Sacha Baron Cohen's in it. Molly Shannon, Eric Andre. He's all over the place.
perfect date night and reset. Between training in the ring with Liamo, which we've been live streaming on TikTok, showing you guys a side of Eric you maybe haven't seen before, making time for family at the Orchid exhibit at the Botanical Gardens, and somehow finding ourselves back at Squared Circle Cafe for the 100th time.
Now, damn, that looks good. Squared Circle Cafe looks bomb.
We still managed to pack and prepare for Mania weekend in Vegas. And if you know me, you know I've really grown to love a good wrestling convention, especially one where the biggest product in wrestling brings together everyone and literally their moms for an entire week, supporting every corner of this ecosystem that is the wrestling community. This past WrestleCon made me cry in a good way, laugh deep belly laughs, and have so much fun with people in this community. I've really grown to appreciate the locker room saying, "I'll see you down the road," because sometimes down the road means a VFW coat closet in the middle of nowhere, and other times it means a fully decked out locker room in a stadium.
By God, Papa Shango's there, King.
No matter what, there's always this shared understanding that wrestling is so much bigger than some people give it credit for, and it's going to continue standing the test of time. And I can't wait to show you what down the road looks like for us next. See you next time on my series.
Hell yeah. So what's her handle? I love the way she was like putting over how dope pro wrestling is and how it brings people together and all this shit. Round of applause for that little video. And Enzo. Ladies and gentlemen, that was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Somebody's got to get me her handle. I'm curious. I want to see more of those, you know? Her narrating was done well, and the little elevator music she picked in the background was nice and chill. Put me in good vibes. Good vibes only. Hashtag good vibes only, chat. Okay, so guys, I watched Masters of the Universe. How many of you guys seen Masters of the Universe? In chat. Okay, we got some breaking AEW news as well. Let me just add that into the folder for in a minute. Tons of matches tonight on Dynamite. I'm sure you guys are watching them. Tons of matches. That's what Tone did. Again, a go-home show. Where he goes, I'm just gonna fucking... Tone goes, I have the power! By the power of collision on Tubi! I have the power! And then he just lays out like 10 matches on a go-home show, and you're like, fuck, and they only drew 2,000 people or whatever. And you're sitting there going, what the hell? Let me check out Tone's Twitter really quickly, because we're always on Tony Khan Wild. Yeah, no Tone lives for a while. He's had his plan laid out. That's why. It's just when he's like last minute, oh, let me quickly promote this thing that I just thought of today because I've been busy. That's when he does those videos. It's like a last ditch effort. Okay, so guys, hit like, hit retweet, all that good shit. If you're watching this on replay, hype the video. And memberships for the YouTube channel are 99 cents. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Appreciate you, motherfuckers. Guys, did you watch Masters of the Universe or what?
Like,
what did I think of it? I thought it was... I would have cleaned up some of the goddamn dialogue. Like, at some points, I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't seen it. Should I just kind of give, like... It doesn't spoil too much, but you have people like Skeletor being like saying things like oh balls or whatever, or you got people being like oh shit in Eternia, and it's like they wouldn't even fucking know. But then they make a fisting joke and Buddy doesn't get it, or he's like, how much do you bench? Or do you even lift? I think he says something like that, right? Like He-Man goes like, how much do you even lift, bro? Or whatever. And the guy's like, lift? Or like bench? What does that mean? But then you have people dropping like, oh shits and stuff. You wouldn't be doing that, you know? How would you know like earth realm fucking slang and vernacular, but you don't understand, you know? So that didn't really click with me. Otherwise, I thought the movie actually fucking ruled. Now, I'm not the biggest like masters of the universe, Mark. Like, I'm a 90s kid, so yes, I watched Masters of the Universe. I watched the show. I even seen some She-Ra and fucking I watched all the 80s. Like I'd watch Transformers and shit because they would play, like the reruns of those would play. And I just wasn't the biggest He-Man fan, but I did have some, like I had a fucking Skeletor and a He-Man, and I had some of the action figures, and I watched the show. Like I'm familiar with it, but not enough to be like, oh, they wouldn't do this, or like this guy wouldn't do that. I thought Skeletor was funny. He ruled. Again, I watched one trailer. I watched the first like teaser, and then I didn't watch any trailers because I refuse. Same with Spider-Man. I watched the first thing they dropped. I saw him fighting the Hand Clan and shit, and then I just refused to watch anything else. I don't need to see anything else. Same thing with Supergirl. I watched one thing. You know, didn't see anything else until I actually watched the movie. So Masters of the Universe, going into it as like a half fan with limited knowledge who just thought like He-Man was cool and shit. I thought it was fucking awesome, and it was funny. And I was a Thundercats guy. Yeah, see, like I watched Thundercats, not religiously, but I'm fully aware of it. Same with Silverhawks. I don't know. I think they made fun of, they were on the nose with like, because it's a movie about like reclaiming your masculinity, man, in a day and age where like they kind of made fun of like it's woke, you know, like they kind of poked fun at that and shit. They were just really on the nose with some of the humor and stuff. So I just like that, you know. I like the more video gamey. I just watched Mortal Kombat 2 as well recently. Like I love when you lean into the video game aspect. If it comes from like a cartoon, it was like watching a fucking live action cartoon. Is that not what everybody wanted? I don't know. I don't know what I heard He-Man bombed, or Masters of the Universe bombed. So I don't know. I always want to see movies like that do well. But again, you had Obsession and Backrooms and all these fucking hitters coming out, right? So got to pick your weekends a little better. But yeah, so that's my movie talk for now. Let's get into some pro wrestling shit. So, and it's funny too. Side note, WWE 2K26 has been trending alongside GTA 6 because GTA 6, the price point is still cheaper than what they tried to charge for WWE 2K26.
My misery!
And what they did charge. But GTA's doing some bullshit by like putting the stores and like you know the shops and stuff like that behind a paywall, or not even behind a paywall, but behind the Ultimate Edition, which I guess is like if you buy the standard, I'm sure your Xbox will be like, here, we'll give you 15% off if you buy the Ultimate or whatever. If you upgrade to the, you know, they'll offer upgrades and shit, but the deluxe edition or whatever they call it, the Ultimate Edition, that shit is like $100, and 2K was charging like $150 for their top edition of the fucking game. So hilarious and funny that 2K26 is trending for that and not because it's a good game. So yeah, let's get into, guys. Up next we have, let's rip through some TNA news. Or should we let's talk about the whole, let's get into the dramas, okay? Let's get into the fucking dramas because it's kind of miscellaneous news because it has to do with people who aren't in WWE or TNA or AEW anymore. So, so let's get into this. Where do we even start? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a segment called, it's not even a segment. It's just some shit that's going on that we're going to
Wrestling's not fake!
Wrestling's not fake. Okay. And this is a segment where wrestling becomes real, when pro wrestling becomes real. And basically, I don't know what it is. It's miscellaneous news, kind of miscellaneous adjacent, I guess. Okay. So, what had happened recently was Tommy Dreamer got released from TNA, and some other people did as well. Some people got hired, rehired, contract extensions. Some people got let loose. Tessa Blanchard chose to walk away. TNA's like, oh, we were going to give her more money. Tommy Dreamer had a cry on Busted Open, right? And then immediately once he got released from TNA, people just started dropping fucking stories on this guy, like just destroying him
bags and lily pickers.
and just saying how big of a piece of shit he is, right? And then that's when Bubba Ray Dudley came in to defend Tommy Dreamer, because that's his guy. And we'll get into that in a bit. But just to reiterate, because I covered this already, but Perch, this referee named Perch on the indie, says, Tommy Dreamer pulled me aside backstage at a TNA show telling me he would do everything he could to make sure I don't earn a job in the wrestling business. All I did was try to learn and grow from experiences, though his words were very discouraging for a young student to hear. And then this guy goes, I didn't set out to prove him wrong. I simply thanked him for their advice and went in another direction. And Joey Janela then pipes in, and he jumps all over Tommy Dreamer and Bully Ray Dudley's asses. And so Joey Janela says, as someone that does like Tommy, I don't know why he would say something like that to one of the nicest and most humble dudes in professional wrestling, a student of the game and one of the best refs out there. Without a doubt, one day you'll be reffing multiple WrestleManias. Keep going. Okay? So that set this thing off. And a bunch of indie wrestlers started jumping on Tommy Dreamer. So Lucia Lee posts this. Well, first, Grapple Theory goes, not going to share the post because it has a real name, but fucking Rings of Europe, fuck Rings of Europe for doxing a wrestler for canceling a show. Oh, sorry. This is another. Yeah, this is another thing. Pardon me. So this is what I want to talk about. Indie wrestler claims she felt pressured into distasteful Tommy Dreamer spanking spot. Okay, so this is courtesy of Ringside News. That was a whole other story that I was that I should have removed from these bookmarks. So we head on over to Ringside News, and they had this to say. Tommy Dreamer's TNA exit already had people talking, but now an old indie wrestling story involving him is getting pulled right back into the conversation. So Kennedy Copeland, no relation to Adam, says, hold up, are we sharing our Tommy Dreamer stories? Because one time I told him I really wanted to take a cane shot in a match, and he told me he doesn't do that with women. So instead we did a spanking spot because women, am I right? Which I get it. Times have changed a little bit. Him being like, nah, I don't want to do a cane spot with women or whatever. Like, okay, that's his goddamn prerogative. But he will bowling ball grip a chick. He's done it in the fucking past. You know, he has no problem going full sicko mode. So like really caning her, right? I'm judging you right now, Tommy Dreamer. I'm judging you. No. So we move along here. And it says, because I was young and dumb and impressionable and a people pleaser and still very new in wrestling and didn't know I could say no, especially to a vet, because I was always told if you really want it, you do anything for it. And so, yeah, he spanked her ass. And she goes, oh my God, I can't believe I just found the photo of it too. I look back on those days and wish I could give young, misguided Ken Dog a hug. I mean, whatever. If you're going to do a again, this is the problem, right? It's the problem with the IWC. People will jump and be like, that's so fucked up. But then you just simply point out, like, yo, they're doing titty shaking spots in ROH now. Isn't that fucked? And people are like, what are you, gay? You don't like tits, bro? And it's like, okay, anywhere you go in wrestling, like in WWE, people aren't rubbing their titties together. In AEW, they're doing shit like that, I guess. But like, in JCW, they have people sniffing coke off of the ring rat's ass and things like that. So, I mean, you're an adult. Obviously, she's like, fuck, I regret doing that. But she agreed to do it in the moment. So, I mean, is that really something to go at Tommy Dreamer for now? I don't fucking know. She could be like, I regret it. Like, why is that something to bury him about? I don't know. Unless people are like, well, he did it to SA her so he could touch her bum. I mean, maybe. I'm not saying that isn't a possibility, but it's not like she said that either. So I'm trying to give everybody the benefit of the doubt here, right? So Missy Hyatt had this to say. The real Missy Hyatt, her last account got hacked. And she says, I've seen some disparaging comments about the Tommy Dreamer online. My interactions with Dreamer have always been cordial and professional. I have nothing bad to say about him. These are the things I witnessed that Tommy did for others. He recommended tryouts and jobs for so much indie talent when he worked for ECW, WWE, and TNA. I guess he's worked for... I guess he's confident in his own spot and didn't feel threatened like so many that someone could steal his spot. He helped so many put together matches by emphasizing their strengths. He would call WWE wellness to help troubled souls find help before it was too late. TNA's loss and an asset to any company in locker room. So you had people coming to his defense as well. And so, we read Joey Janela's thoughts there. And so David Penzer had this to say. He says, so it's canceled Tommy Dreamer weekend. I have nothing but good stuff, and I certainly don't know each and every situation, so let me say this. I find it coincidental that all this was posted after he was released as the head of talent and creative for a major wrestling company. Well, it is coincidental, or it's not even coincidental. It's just like he was in a position of power. And they're just like, fuck him now because he lost that job. So he ain't keeping him out of TNA, which means he ain't keeping him out of NXT or WWE for sure, for certainly. And he has no politics with AEW. So they were just like, okay, it's more of like, I don't want to be like bully culture, but it's more of just like the pile on culture where like, people are just going to pile on online and start calling him out for shit. And they're kind of like, good that he got fired, which is fucked. But at the same time, yeah, like if he's in a position of power at TNA and they're like on the indies trying to fucking work their way into TNA, then yeah, you have to tiptoe around. That's what Vince got caught up in too. So I don't even think coincidence is the right word. It's more just like, I find it funny, kind of like, look how everybody's willing to say something now. But David Penzer says maybe have the balls to cancel him when this stuff actually happens, regardless of his power. Well, that's the thing. Sometimes I have the power. No, sometimes like that's the reason why they can't be quote unquote canceled. I don't even think anybody's trying to cancel him either. What even is canceled? Canceled is like Marty Scurll gets work. So like, what are we talking about here? People are just like, he's a douchebag, and we've been waiting to say it for a minute. I think that's more what people are having a hard time articulating. Gail Kim jumps in, says, Dave, you've been in this business long enough to know that this industry is very small and heavily fear-based for your jobs or opportunities. Much easier to say that. Yeah, the entire entertainment industry is fear-based. When you want your dream job, fear presides over what most people think is right. And in this social media age, most people don't like the scrutiny because what if they're not believed? Your idea is what should happen, but realistically, it rarely does. And then Penzer says, just to be clear, there were a few times where I thought the line was crossed and I was afraid to go public and lose it all. But if I didn't have the balls to report it at the time, which I didn't feel I had the right to go public when that person lost power. I had to eat it, which is fair. Even Josh Matthews, he says. So I don't even know what that is. Anything to say. This guy here says, translated, when you find work, Tommy, me. Yeah, I don't know. It's not always that. But this Mr. Anderson just casually brought it up 9 years ago that Dreamer had his balls out in front of women in the locker room. So let's take a look. Hopefully it's timestamped. 3-minute clip. Shout out Wrestling Shoot Clips. Back in the day, I did some fucking whatever. Shout out Sean Oliver. Wrestling Shoot Clips.
Derek Simonetti of The Proving Ground Have you ever been the subject of wrestler's court? And if so, care to share why? Any interesting stories from wrestler court you have seen?
I personally have never been the subject of wrestler's court, but I've seen a couple interesting ones.
What's the most
interesting?
Yeah.
The difference when I was at WWE, wrestler's court would I'd see grown men cry. And he's wearing.
Events could be so serious in WWE that they were
remember,
crying.
I remember one time there was a girl who was accused of being a female hater, like she was mean to all the other girls, and so came up from belongs. Bad. I wasn't there for this, but it was during my time, and it was.
Hopefully, this is the Tommy Dreamer stuff. Let's go.
Chad Wicks. That was one of the guys I was talking about before with the blonde. When I
gotcha.
Blonde. Chad Wicks and
I thought you were a promo guy, Kennedy. What the fuck is going on?
Tank Toland were the blonde bombers. They ended up being the dicks in WWE, and they got in a fight somehow. They got egged on to get into a fight, basically. And I remember hearing this story where do anything. He's like, you should stand up for yourself right now.
Jesus Christ. Well, somewhere in there, I guess allegedly, this guy Kaiju, Kaiju's SOS, Kaiju So Shingeki, John, I guess would be easier, but show him out. But where does he say that he pulled his balls out? I pulled my fucking balls out. Go, go, go. So Akira jumps in, who again, he's most known for getting beat up by Masha Slamovich while they were dating, and I'm joking, but they were in a toxic relationship, and he got shout out Kaiju if you're in chat. And so Akira, whatever, you guys know, he got Masha Slamovich canceled essentially. And so he goes, oh, shut the fuck up. Shove a pencil up your urethra in a video game. Cringe. So Penzer goes, interesting person to jump in the conversation. And Akira goes, you seem like the kind of guy who would defend Rob Feinstein if it was convenient enough for you. Totally unrelated, by the way. Tommy Dreamer will be with us tonight. Will be with us for night one on Friday, July 31st at WrestleCon. Rob Feinstein. Yeah, so sicko alert. These guys are all fucking sickos, dude. They all know. But with Feinstein and that Chase and Rance dude, they're in some capacities like gatekeepers because they have money and they're able to facilitate training and rings and stuff. And you have to cancel every wrestler. You have to cancel every fucking wrestler. You have to keep everybody, hold everyone accountable for what their acquaintance is. And, I'm not going to knock Tommy Dreamer for taking money from this fucking mark to show up and whatever, even though would I do it? I don't fucking know. Right? All I'm saying is even Pete Davidson went to the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Money fucking talks. So, yeah, so Akira jumps in and is like, fuck him. He knows Rob Feinstein and shit, right? And so this indie wrestler, she claims she felt pressured into this distasteful spot. Dreamer pressured her into it, right? And so Mickey James had this to say. She responds to Perch, and she goes, Perch, listen, I don't know you, but I do know hardcore country. She says, I do know Tommy Dreamer well enough to know that if he truly said this, there's far more to this story that you are conveniently leaving out. If you're going into come on here and attempt to bury someone, especially someone who is as loved, respected, and responsible for helping so many folks, including myself in this industry, then at least be completely honest. I understand you want to speak your truth and possibly gain a bit of recognition by jumping on the bandwagon. However, if this is your path of 15 seconds of X-Buzz, at least have the common decency to speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. This ain't it. It's always pretty dumb because Tommy will always have a job in the business. I don't know if I can say the same for you. Damn. Have a blessed day. Damn. You didn't have to go that hard. Holy shit. And so this guy, Yeeter Pan, says, LMAO, what the fuck is this? Yeah, I don't know. She just fucking roasted him there. And so Jimmy Corderas then gets into it and goes, so very well written, Mickey. You definitely are more diplomatic than I am. This kid now has his 15 minutes. Hope it was worth it for the little prick. Bro, why are they like going hard on this kid? Did anybody even read what he fucking said? God damn it. Did anybody read what that kid said? He was like, Tommy Dreamer once told me this. I pretty much said, I took his advice and said, I'm going to fucking make it anyways. And I thank him for that. Whatever. It was fucked that the guy brought that up when he got fired out of nowhere. You know, but maybe he's also letting it be known like, yeah, I was blackballed. Like I should be in TNA right now. I worked Impact Multiverse of Madness or whatever the fuck. Because he did. He dropped pictures of him, but everybody's just like being cutthroat with him. He didn't even really trash Dreamer. Now, yes, he tap danced on him. He, as Kanye West would say, piss on your grave, piss on your grave, piss on your grave, piss on your... You guys remember that song with Travis Scott, I think? Anyways, yeah, I don't know. So Jimmy Corderas says, well written, hope it was worth it for the little prick. So there you go. And Brett Lauderdale then jumps in and goes, I've been in wrestling for 20 years. And I've never known anyone more universally beloved than Dan Perch, and I've certainly never heard anyone refer to him as a little prick. I have, however, heard countless people refer to Jimmy Corderas as much worse, but I'll be diplomatic for now, which is crazy. And, like, here's the thing. I don't know what Jimmy Corderas ever did to get hated on so much other than just be super critical of AEW. Which that will get you hated on and people will pile on and try and shit on you and whatnot. But with that being said, who really cares what they're saying about Jimmy? Because it all just comes from like Twitter, not personal stories. Like nobody's saying Jimmy, oh, well, there's much worse about, yeah, okay, so they call Jimmy Corderas an asshole because they don't like his opinion. But it's not because he's bowling ball gripping or spanking fucking indie wrestlers. Or like, you know, he's not creeping. He's not scaring the hose. So that was Brett Lauderdale, though, jumping in with his 2 cents. And then so Jimmy Corderas responds back and he goes, you feel free to feel and believe. And that's why I kicked your leg from your leg, Brett. You feel free to feel and believe what you like. I can be abrasive to those that come here and are just that. I reply to those as they deserve. As for the person in question, I have several people that were there present who dispute the claims he made, plus another instance. And then it said 1 out of 2, but he didn't post the the second tweet in the thread. He just made a whole other tweet. Shout out Corderas, but boomer alert. No. Everybody gets felted here at PWT, buddy. I'm sorry. So we move along here because everybody's freaking out and melting down, and Bubba Ray gets involved. So Penzer goes, so it's cancel Tommy Dreamer weekend. Okay, we already read this one. And then we read his back and forth with Gail Kim Irvine there. And so Danny Jordan responded to this story that really got everybody talking, which was the referee story and then that young lady saying he spanked her or whatever. Danny Jordan goes, I've been waiting for this, right? So the next day she jumps on top. Pause. I didn't mean it like that. One time Tommy Dreamer insisted on doing a crotch grab spot to me in a tag match he was a fill-in for. So again, you're kind of like, okay. And Tommy Dreamer can be like, well, I did that in the past. But it's like, yeah, but weren't you guys like, didn't you do that to like your shoot girlfriend and stuff? So it's just times have passed. And I'm not even saying a crotch grab spot couldn't like fucking work. It worked in the past. I'm not saying it couldn't, but times have changed a bit to where, and again, it's so funny how the AEW fans, when you criticize the women in AEW are on ROH now, like rubbing their titties together and then like spanking each other with mashed potatoes and pork chops. They're like, what are you, gay, bro? What are you, gay? You don't like titties? And it's like, well, no, thought we kind of moved past that. Not that we shouldn't bring sexy back. I'm the first to say it. We need more valets. We need to bring sexy back to wrestling. Sexy's always been in wrestling, goddammit, but you know, we're in the perfect era of like high level female wrestlers, and they embody the diva elements as well that got a bunch of those girls over who weren't really the best wrestlers, but kept women's wrestling relevant enough by appearing in Playboy and shit like that as WWE superstars. Love it or hate it, that helped WWE. It did for the times, right? And so let's say times change. I'm not saying like a crotch grab spot couldn't work. I'm sure in JCW they do crazier shit in JCW. Fucking, for instance, NWA had the Sinister Minister sniffing coke in the crowd at one of their pay-per-views or PLEs or whatever. And then in JCW, that's a guy's whole gimmick is sniffing coke off of the
You
ring rat's
are
ass.
a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And it's not like a cancelable thing because it's like, okay, they set it up to where it fucking works, you know? So, like, how do you explain this? Like, blackface is bad, right? Okay, but Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder is fucking funny, and it's not done in a way, it's not done to be racist. It's done to be like this fucking delusional actor's going through, and it is racist, but it's like he's so fucking delusional he believes he's this guy. Like, it fucking works. It's a fucked up, not tasteful, very passé thing that they found a way to, like, I'm sure people would melt down if you did it today, but you know. So the crotch grab thing is like completely unnecessary. And again, Tommy Dreamer's bowling ball fucking several people in ECW, several crazy spots in ECW involving girls in fucking G-strings getting 69 pretty much and stuff, like getting fucking pile driven and munched out before they're pile driven and shit. So yeah, that's fucked up. And if you're like, and then and so the point I'm making is like, if Tommy shows up at an indie show as a fill-in and then he suggests this and you're like, okay, that's fucked up. But if I say it's fucked up, it's Tommy Dreamer though, then I don't get booked in TNA, or I don't, like, you have to understand the position you're in. This is why people are mad at like Marty Scurll and fucking, what's that guy's name? Joey Ryan, right? Because they were gatekeepers, very much so, for like trainees and people breaking into the business. So people are like, oh, it's consensual, it's legal age in the UK. It's like, yeah, but people view it as like he took advantage of his position. I don't know. So you have to understand that if you can't understand that as Tommy Dreamer, then that's an L on your part. That's all I'm saying. You have to have good optics. You have to understand that. Like, what's the past is the past. But like, and it's not like, okay, if you knew her, you guys are working this angle for like 2 months or something, and then you throw it out there like, look, I did it to Beulah back then, and then you fucking cane me or whatever, and then maybe she's like, okay, I trust this guy. That's a whole other thing, right? But for him to be a fill-in and then be like, hey, okay, so we're gonna do the fucking bowling ball spot, and she's like, what? And like, she feels like she can't say no, and she's an adult, she can consent to it or not, but it's just like, it's awkward. You're like, okay, so if I say no, he's gonna bury me to it. Look at how people are jumping on this referee, you little prick. Mickey James, even Tommy Dreamer's beloved, you won't make it in this business. Whoa. So if this Danny Jordan girl says some shit like that, is Mickey James and Corderis and everybody going to jump on her and be like, you ain't going to make it? And you know they have politics with all these companies? That would fucking suck. Right? So you have to look at it from that side too, or else you're just fucking up. So Danny Jordan, shout her out, goes, in a tag match he was a fill-in for. This had no place in our storyline, but he didn't care to ask. Well, you just said he asked. Well, she said he insisted on doing it. Okay, so maybe he just was like, we're doing this. This is what we're doing. So that's even worse, because then you're giving nobody a chance to go, no, I did not want to do this. Said how uncomfortable I was, but I'm just woman, right? So did you do it, though? I was new in my career, should have trusted my intuition, said a firm no, and not succumbed to peer pressure for the spot. So she fucking did end up agreeing to it after saying no. This is the only thing that's happened in my career that felt degrading because I vowed to never let a MF try me on some uncomfortable shit ever again. And she's retired in the business. Damn. So yeah, we need proof for this too. I don't know. That other girl provided a picture of Tommy Dreamer spanking her. So now you're claiming this, okay? But also everything I said still stands, right? Like if we're giving her the benefit of the doubt, you got to see it from that perspective. This isn't just like she's trying to, but if she's been retired, maybe you think she would have brought it up before. And Jasmine St. Clair, by the way, I want to say she showed up in under like every post being like, oh, another woman crying victim. Oh, these whatever. So we could do a whole PWT episode on just Jasmine St. Clair posts of her responding to everybody. So shout her out too, but she's very much on the side of like, she's always like, I wish Vince made me his sugar baby and stuff like that, right? Like she's mostly on the side of like, these bitches are making shit up. So we move along here. And this is when Joey Janela jumps in and gets all over Jimmy Corderas. And we're about to get into the Bully Ray Bubba stuff. So stay locked in. Hit like, subscribe, retweet, hit heart if you're on Twitter, super chat in. Check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. That's how you guys can support. Love you. Let me continue here. And I see chat's going wild, but I got to get through. There's so much tonight. So much tonight. So, Jimmy Corderas continues. So he's arguing with people, and let's go up here. So he's arguing with this guy, Jonathan Ash, at Ash with an E, the producer. Holy fuck. And it just goes far and wide here. So let's try and get to the beginning of this. So, okay. This guy, Elliot, says, Jimmy, you can still be someone's friend and accept that they maybe were a dick to somebody once. They're not exclusive things. Exactly. Not everyone who you consider a friend can do no wrong. Otherwise, nobody would be able to do anything wrong. Please think. Jimmy says, that might be true in general, but it doesn't apply here. The kid is straight up lying about what happened, and I've already had several people confirm that with me. And then Jonathan Ash says, were they people that were standing within an earshot of the conversation and can personally attest to it going down differently? And this is what I'm asking too. Just being honest. Or were they people that were told after the fact by one of the two individuals that the interaction went differently? And this applies, by the way, like it doesn't matter which side of the aisle Jonathan Ash is on. It applies to both sides. Like if you're like this girl is a piece of shit. Well, who told you that? Or that referee's a piece of shit. Who told you that? Dreamer's friends? Or were the refs' friends telling you that? Because that changes, like, you know, if the refs' friends were like, that didn't happen, and Tommy Dreamer's friends were like, that didn't happen, then you go, okay, that fucking guy's a liar. But that's not what's going on here, right? It's kind of split. Liar! A bunch of people being like, yo, this ref's a good guy, and then you have a couple of the old heads like Mickey James and Jimmy Corderas. Shout them out, big fan. But they're sticking up for Tommy because that's their guy, buddy. And so Corderas says, I stand by what I was told by several people, not just one. It might be worth asking Perch directly about the specific context, like when, where, and how the comment actually took place to get the full story. Well, he offered all of that up, essentially. If he could drop that good guy shtick for 2 minutes. And this guy Ash goes, but were these people actually privy to the original conversation? Or are they just reaffirming a story that Dreamer would never have said that? Are any of them saying that from personal interactions with him that Perch is disingenuous or a known liar? And then Jimmy goes, yes and yes. And so this guy goes, okay, so then if they're saying Perch is a known liar, why aren't they coming forward themselves with specific claims? Exactly. And also Jimmy Corderas, who I like, by the way, but he was saying, like, if this guy could provide the who, what, where, when, how, when, why, all, right? The who, what, when, all the W's, right? You're not doing that, though, Jimmy. You're just saying that people are saying shit, too, and nobody can prove that anybody said that shit to you either, just like you're wanting this kid to prove that Tommy Dreamer said any of that shit to him. You got to prove people are even saying shit to you.
Let's talk about it.
You got to keep the same energy as yourself, right? As you put onto others or whatever, right? So for yourself as you put on others. So We move along. I'm just trying to rip through this here because these guys go back and forth for a minute. Corderis goes, judging by your profile, I assume you know this kid, which is likely why you're so interested in my comments. I get it. But when several people have reached out, including people who were there, telling me similar things about the guy in question. And then he goes, this kid's story is hearsay and my proof is hearsay from others. Yes, I know him. And in my 24 years in the wrestling business, I've never met a more honest and positive person. There are dozens upon dozens of other people who have all had their own personal experiences with him that will also die on this hill. And so I actually appreciate the way this Ash guy approached this. Ash, the producer, produced his fucking questions of Jimmy Corderis, okay? Because he came at it by going, okay, with just a general, just like, okay, is what he said false? Then why isn't anybody coming forward and saying he's a liar? He didn't approach it like, yes, I know this guy. I've known him forever. And guess what? I'm telling you that the way I feel about him. He wasn't being like subjectively, I know him and he's a great guy. He came at Corderis with just a very objective approach, being like, okay, so was anyone within earshot? You're taking Tommy's word for it or other people's word for it, but we're just taking his word for it too. And people are speaking out saying this guy's very fucking honest. Whereas other than Mickey and Jimmy, they just were very kind of insulting towards the guy and aren't really. I mean, they are saying that Tommy Dreamer's beloved, but we all know this. We all love Tommy Dreamer. Like if you grew up in the fucking ECW Attitude Era and all of that shit, everybody loved Tommy Dreamer. In fact, all of this shit coming out about him is kind of a letdown. I'm like, damn. It's like Dustin Poirier was just like intoxicated on Father's Day trying to fight a cop. And you're like, fuck, dude. Dustin Poirier seems so chill. He seems like the guy you're like, oh, I'd love to have a beer with him and just talk shit. But no, he'll try and fight you. No, he'll try and fight a cop. And you're like, damn, I don't want to deal with this, bro. But anyways, this guy knows him. So we'll just skim through this. I don't need to read all of that. And then Corderis says, here's a quote from someone who DM'd me. He gives this very positive, almost Mr. Rogers-esque humble positivity, student shtick that some of us have started to see through. He's an everyone's best friend bullshitter. Yeah, well, if that's true, then that fucking stinks. But some people see positive people like that who try to be everyone's friends and they go, good, you're someone we like, you know? Because let's say he's the student shtick and everyone's best friend. Okay. But then is he like low-key stealing people's stories and then passing them off as his own? Or is he like doing any sicko shit? Is he parlaying the I'm everyone's best friend, yo, my best friend, it's a real man, bitch? Is he like stealing from people or fucking lying on them or talking shit about this person after chumming up to them? Because if there's nothing like that, then who cares? He's just a friendly guy who likes being friends with everybody, and there's some people like that, you know? So Joey Janela jumps in and he goes, Jimmy, he's a better ref in a few short years in than you ever were. Just be grateful that you lucked into getting that job. You always look like a complete fucking bum. The balding, disheveled auto mechanic look with an ill-fitting referee shirt. Please fuck off already. And then this guy goes, this dude talking about someone else's appearance. Joey Janela goes, yeah, I look great for 36. And then this guy goes, he didn't always look like that. And Joey goes, he was in his 20s here and looked 54. And man, the older generations did look older. You know, you see like a 27-year-old Arn Anderson, he looks 50. So pretty funny stuff. And the roasting continues. So Jimmy Corderis goes, you caught me. I totally stumbled my way into a 22-year career in WWE on global television by pure accident. And also Jimmy Corderis was on like Sportsnet after he stopped reffing. He was on like Sportsnet and shit, like breaking down WWE shows and reviewing SmackDown and giving picks for pay-per-views and stuff like that in Canada. So, and he was good. He was good at that job. So he says, and also Santino Marella was on that shit, and he was really good there too. But Jimmy Cordero says, total luck. By the way, if I were you, fashion tips would be the last thing you should pass along. Good luck with your partner on your boat thing. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Is he doing a cruise? I think he's doing a cruise. And so Jimmy goes, ask Joey Janela how many WrestleManias he was a part of. True that. That is a fucking own. So speaking of getting owned, Bully Ray then jumps in a chat, right? And Bully Ray calls out Jon Moxley. And he talks shit on Moxley, and this could be a part of AEW news realistically, but it all just relates with what's going on. Because Dave Meltzer has a conspiracy theory that we're going to get into. And also, Bully was getting dragged for a little bit before this, and I've been meaning to get to this in the Sicko segment for like a week or so, maybe more. But last month, Bully Ray was getting dragged online, and we didn't have a chance to talk about it yet, chat. We didn't get to it for some like false claims he made as it pertains to this like iconic moment in wrestling sickodom before there was ever AEW. There was this moment that we'll circle back to at a CZW event. And Bully Ray, like all these years later, made a comment on it, and he was getting dragged. So people are already hot at Bully. You got to know this. Well, let's start with that, actually, before we circle back to it. Let's just start with this, because knowing this helps understand, like, people are already mad at Bully for the shit he says on Busted Open. But he's known for like trolling and getting a lot of support in the IWC and going at, defending JD from NY and having bold takes creatively, but also being level-headed in his like Twitter discourse and whatnot. But for years and years, like even growing up as a fan of wrestling in the 90s and the early 2000s and like some of the early message boards and shit, you always heard stories of like people hated Bully Ray. It's fucking in books. It's in DVDs. Some people liked working with Bully Ray. Even if you had great matches with Bully Ray, some of those people even were like, he can be too much. He can be abrasive. He's a piece of shit. I think Paul London and Rene Dupree have gone on record being like, he's a giant piece of shit. And they buried him some years ago, right? But Bully was already getting dragged for this. So the CZW incident, you guys remember this? So shortly after Eddie Guerrero's death in 2005, CZW held a 10-bell salute that got interrupted by a fan. A young Eddie Kingston ended up confronting the fan at the barricade by doing Muay Thai. I was doing Muay Thai, dog. And so if you guys don't recall this incident, many of you probably do. They did a 10-bell salute for Eddie Guerrero. And so that guy was already yelling, by the way. He was already yelling, Eddie sucks and shit like that, right? And you hear that guy's like, fuck that. And then a bunch of the fans are like, fuck you. And then you see the wrestlers are just waiting, because obviously that's what you do. You wait until the salute's over, then you whoop ass. You wait till the national anthem's over, then you kick some fucking ass. Right, chat? Here's the thing, though. They're like, leave. I imagine like being somewhere you're unwanted and just not leaving. You do. I've seen comedians do that. You go fucking, hey, pay for this guy's table, or pay for... cover his tab, or give him his ticket back and fucking get him out of here, or her, whoever's heckling. And that's what you do, because it's the bossest move, right? Give him his fucking money back, kick him. Remember this moment that went down, okay? Chris Van Vliet goes, guys, stop tagging me in this. Do you really think that's what I look like 21 years later? Do we know the name of that jerk? And CVV, do better. You're a Giga Chad, but like, no, let's not dox this guy 21 years later, for fuck's sakes. Like, people just will run with that shit way too hard. So Bully Ray goes, P.S. This was a work, as they tried to use Eddie's passing to replicate the very real evening with the Dudleys Heyman and a disrespectful fan at the Elks Lodge during a 10-bell salute after Rick Rude's passing. And so Bully Ray goes... There gets community noted. The CZW 10-bell salute interruption for Eddie Guerrero is not a stage work, according to CZW founder John Zandig. Jesus! And the promotion's official account. Zandig? Fucking, he was at, I think he returned at like Joey Janela's spring break or something like that. I can't remember. But yeah, Bully like made it about himself kind of, and people dragged him for this. Like people were hot at him. And CZW was like, we didn't use Eddie's passing as a work to get heat. Why would we do a worked angle of 10 Bell for one of the best to ever recreate a Dudley Boys moment? No one remembers because you guys were starting fake riots and beating up fans. Oh my God. Here's the thing. I don't know if the riots were fucking fake in ECW. You don't have to bury ECW.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
God damn, but it's pretty funny. How he just goes hard and then he goes, stop, not everything revolves around you, Mark. And then this guy here, and this guy could totally be trolling. But this guy goes, I was the fan interrupting, and this was actually a work. Maven asked me to do it. Okay, he's clearly trolling. Maven asked me to do it, and I jumped at the chance of being a part of the show. Only told this to a couple people before. I wouldn't have done it today, but it is what it is. Okay, that guy's clearly trolling. Or is he? Well, why don't you tell me if it was real? Bully was kind of getting dragged for that. And then he pipes up with this opinion on Jon Moxley. Okay. And I quote tweeted this and I was like, no lies detected. Now, I don't actually know about Bully Ray. I'm not even talking about Bully Ray beating up Moxley. It's just a matter of like, that's how it makes you feel. Like, when people are, I'll kick your ass, bro. Okay, like, okay, someone brings a gun and then shoots you, then what? You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? This fake tough guy shit on the internet? I'm not even addressing that. But Bully's assessment of Jon Moxley is correct. Okay, and Bully Ray was like, I'll beat the shit out of you, Moxley, just making it about him because he kind of does that. He's kind of a mark for himself, as Bully Ray as we're about to discover, as people have said for years. Again, Cafe de Rene and Paul London and Rene Dupree famously went over this. We have a couple stories here that got brought back up. We're going to go over it all. But I get the point that Bully Ray's making with this. Moxley is what a middle schooler thinks is like a cool, tough guy, man. And it has not paid off for AEW. Nobody's gotten over. Moreover, being in that fucking group, Marina Shafir would beat the shit out of Jon Moxley. Okay? And that's with or without AEW ever being in her life. So, Moxley, like, again, people shit on CM Punk for walking the walk and for going into the UFC and getting his ass beat. I won't do that. Like, how many people will get in their underwear and go and fight a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt who's like a young athlete who's on the come up trying to lay his claim in the UFC and shit? And that CM Punk fight kind of fucked Mickey Gall's career, in all honesty, which we could break down a whole other time. And then his second fight, CM Punk fought like a photographer. I'm not joking. He was a guy who did like photography. He had MMA experience, but he was a bum, right? And CM Punk got beat, but at least he went in there and got beat. And like Moxley, I've never clowned him for like getting tapped out in jiu-jitsu competitions. That gets brought up again as well. And I don't know who'd win in a real fight. You're both bald and old. Shut the fuck up. That's the goofiest shit ever. I'll fight you in real life.
Wrestling's not fake!
You're both 50 and bald. Shut up. All right? That's my take on
my
it.
misery!
You're not fighting anybody, okay? You're fighting that fucking lower back pain. Right? So I'm not going to shit on Moxley for that, but his character, and Bully's on point with his character on TV. And Bully Ray says, the Death Riders have not helped AEW in any way, shape, or form. The Death Riders are Jon Moxley playing out his pro wrestling fantasies because he's got Tony Khan's ear, because he wants to be Terry Funk. I would kick the shit out of Jon Moxley. I'd beat the living shit out of him. Fraud. So I don't know about that, right? Like maybe people go, oh, Moxley did jiu-jitsu. Yes, so do like California soccer moms and shit, bro. So does Tom Brady's wife. Who gives a fuck? You know, it doesn't mean shit. Because if we're talking a real life fight between these guys, well, all right. There's so many variables that are involved in that. Who knows? Right? Who knows how that goes? But like Moxley is a fake tough guy. I'm sorry. And it doesn't matter. I don't care if Josh Barnett comes to defend him. Doesn't matter. And shout out Josh Barnett. You'll never get me to say an unkind thing about that guy. But like that doesn't make Mox legit just because Josh Barnett's like, well, I could set up a fight between you guys. Okay. That doesn't mean Mox is legit at all. All right. Corbin would tap he would line up Bully and Mox and just tap them both out. Okay. If we're going to talk about like who's really tough and shit, Matt Riddle would beat the fuck out of both you guys at the same time. Why? We're in fake pro wrestling. Let's not go this route. But yes, Moxley is doing this like, I want to be cool, man. Shooby-doo, wah, wah. Like, I've made fun of this for years. Okay? Brian Last has made fun of this shit for years. And he gives off, like, there's a reason why he was your world champion for a year. His homecoming in Cincy goes down. He draws 1,200 people. There's a reason for that, because Mox is not cool, and he doesn't come across as a fucking tough guy. And there's been no retribution. There's been no justification. He has not rectified or redeemed himself for putting plastic bags on people's heads and kidnapping the Rock and Roll Express and all of this stupid shit he's done with his faction. There's no beats to his story. It's just Moxley doing Moxley shit, and it sucks. It's lame. He does garbage. He does fishbowl drownings on shows that the Rizzler's on. Like it's garbage. And he just comes across like a fake tough guy. He really, really fucking does. Well, he'll beat your ass. Okay. I don't know about in a fucking jiu-jitsu match, but fucking okay. And okay, I'll hit him in the head with a bat. And then what? I'm not saying, but like, why are we doing this street fight shit? It's so cringy. It's the fucking lamest shit people do on the internet. Let's try and talk tough. Okay. Shut up. So anyways, he's saying he'll beat the shit out of Moxley. And then that's when everybody fucking loses their minds. And Dave Meltzer actually has a theory of why Bully Ray did this, because he's got to make everything about AEW. And I just think this happened because Bully Ray has a radio show and he voices his opinions, and he always has bold opinions, but he is friends with Tommy Dreamer, but all of the same characters that were going after Dreamer sort of pop up, bar the indie wrestlers and whatnot. So Josh Barnett says this, interesting take here, Bully. Mox can handle himself just fine, so he doesn't need me to fight any battles for him. But if you ever have the itch to feel what it would be like to have your ass kicked so thoroughly to the point of epic humiliation, I can help you with that. Yeah, you're Josh Barnett, buddy. You would beat the fuck out of 85% of living people right now. And like, whatever. He wants to, I'm not going to trash the War Master, okay? The baby-faced assassin. I ain't gonna fucking do it. Youngest heavyweight champ in UFC history. And you guys know I glaze Bloodsport to death and shit. I love Josh Barnett, but this is him co-signing Mox. That's fine. It doesn't change anyone's opinion. You're on the inside. He's your pal. He's your buddy. You've probably rolled with Mox. It doesn't count. It counts as much as like Jimmy Corderas being like, well, Tommy Dreamer's a great guy. I swear it. Well, you know him. You've known him for years. So with Josh Barnett, it's like, listen, dude, Bully's not wrong. Now for like, it's like if I gave my opinion, Mox is this fake tough guy, but then where Bully's wrong is, and this is why I think Josh Barnett is right to call him out, Bully out, to give him some benefit of the doubt. If like, Phil S. Marks, if I ended my shit going, and I'll beat the shit out of Jon Moxley, it's like, okay, now you're like making it a real life thing, when it's not that. We're criticizing the artistic integrity of his professional wrestling and how he carries himself as a pro wrestler, right? So anybody's allowed to do that. If you watch the shows, you're allowed to do that. Haha, I'm back for 2, says Tony, I want my mommy Khan will not say no to Mox. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. And that's to Mox's detriment. And that's why he had boo-boo face wrestling Brock Lesnar, because Mox, and on that Stone Cold podcast, is because Mox Ambrose wanted to do whatever he wanted. And if he had done this bullshit in WWE, he would have never gotten over. He never would have been world champ. But because he had a filter And Vince was trying to reel him in and was like, you're the wacky guy, pal. And then he got super over. And you look back at old Ambrose shit and you're like, fuck, that guy was good. He was legit so good. And then now you just look at him. And at the start of AEW, he was really good too. For a couple years there. I mean, he was rock solid. He was the guy. I would say he was the foundation. But then he just lost it somewhere. It's because you're too rich. You're too rich and you can do what you want. And that's not motivating. For rich people, for create, that's why you see these creatives like Kevin Smith. Everyone's like, "Oh, Clerks 3 sucked." Yeah, because he's fucking rich and he just like does whatever he wants. He almost died. He doesn't give a fuck. There's no incentive. He's not like this hungry creator trying to make some shit that's gonna. God, I need to get out of New Jersey. God, what'll get me? I need to stop working at the fucking Quick Stop. You need to be hungry for it. Mox just ain't hungry for it. Ospreay ain't hungry for it. These guys just get paid so much they're not hungry for it. And it's not like he wasn't getting paid in WWE, but he still felt disrespected. And he's like, well, you're paying me all this money, but he felt disrespected enough to be like, I have to prove and earn this. Seems like that shit kind of works. Now, you didn't have, you were getting needles in the ass and they were threatening to beat you with Nia Jackson shit, but that was when they knew you were walking out of the fucking company, right? It's not like Vince was trying to bowling ball you. Like Tommy Dreamer on a fucking indie show, right? You just had to go out there and restrain yourself a little bit. You still got to do your fucking cage matches with the weapons hanging on the fucking, you still got to do the Ambrose Asylum and all this shit. You still got to do all that. But you had to be reeled in a little bit, okay? You're not fucking Mick Foley. I know everybody wants to be Mick Foley. You're not him, okay? So, Josh Barnett goes, I can not only beat the shit out of you, but do so in a way as to make your ass kicking legendary. For you, anytime, just ask. So he's like, let's fucking meet up and have a scrap. Now that's fair, but like, Josh, you don't need to like, you would beat up everyone. So like, just don't even say this. You don't have to say this. Okay. But Josh Barnett's like legitimately the coolest guy too. So he must be really offended to see this. And it would be hard. Like, it was hard for Matt Riddle. Like Matt Riddle is in WWE, he slapped Gunther backstage, open hand slapped him, and Gunther just laughed in his face. And he would say shit like, oh, I wouldn't put Goldberg over. And, oh, Brock didn't want to work with me because he thought I was a mouthy shit. It's like, yeah, because everyone knows you can fight. Yeah, you can beat up Roman Reigns. Cool. That's not what this is. Get on his fucking level. You know what I'm saying? No one cares. Go be in the UFC then. No one gives a shit. So Josh Barnett's always had that respect for pro wrestling where he's never really done that kind of shit. And he's worked some shoots, not in his MMA career, but like, his blood sport. That's a whole work shoot fucking type thing. And yeah, I mean, he's just like, I'll beat the shit out of Bully Ray. And he would. Again, Barnett would line up Mox and Bully Ray and have him on their knees eating dog treats out of the palm of his fucking hand in 2 minutes, So there's the War Master and he gets into it. He gets in the mix here. And Bully Ray responds. He doesn't back down. And he goes, Josh, I too can handle myself fine. Fight my battles. If you ever had the itch to feel what it's like to be over so thoroughly that you can draw money, I can help you with that. Not only can I put you over, but get you over in a way that would make you ass legendary for you anytime. And here's the thing. Barnett is being serious, and the fans took it serious. Like, oh, we're going to fight. Bully's done this for years now. He's talked shit and tried to work shoots. He did it with Zilla, I'm pretty sure. And he's put people over and he's talked his way on this radio show into one-offs. And he's just talked tons of shit and gotten heat. So when he's like, Mox, I'll beat the shit out of you. Yes. It's just fucked how the IWC, we're all claimed to be wrestling fans, but we take this seriously. Like it's a real fight, and Josh Barnett should know better unless they end up doing a match against each other, which would be fucking awesome. And unless Barnett was like, I'm going to work this shoot with Bully and let's go. Like that would be cool if they are working us this whole time. But I just don't think it's that because they go back and forth in a little bitch fight. And hey, maybe that's how you do it. We're covering it here on PWT. It's hotter than anything Forbidden Doors. I'm more excited for Bully Ray versus Barnett in a possible shoot work, brother, than anything else going on in fucking AEW right now. So, So I don't know. They could be doing that, but bullies talk shit to try and get like, do you not think if Tone was like, we'll hire him to fucking do a match against Mox, a tables death match, a tax and tables, a one-off, and then Bully agrees to put Mox over? Like, I'm sure Bully has a sense of that in his mind when he says shit like this. He's not utterly incompetent, and say what you will about him. He knows how to cut a promo. He knows how to get over. Okay. So, Bully Ray flat out says it. He's like, dude, I'd help you get over in a big way, make you legendary. And then Barnett goes, to be fair, just from the comments under your post alone, it's clear you were correct here. The amount of people that would pay to see me pull you apart in a wrestling ring or cage would definitely do great business. I guess that heat you've built over the years is pretty marketable, as even your fans truly want to see you get your ass kicked for real, LOL. And now, like, it's just weird to see Barnett being serious. Like, bro, don't you see he's just trying to, like, get a Tone bag? Everybody's working Tone for money. Tone tried, by the way, and I know this for a fact, tried to get the Dudleys together. They wanted Devon to fucking wrestle. Okay? And he tried to fucking put the Dudleys together. Maybe for sure Devon getting involved in physical, and Edge and Christian came in, and the Hardys were there at that time. And then Devon came out and was like, Tone had me waiting for hours to meet him. And he wanted more of a backstage role. Tone wanted him to get physical. Now, was he going to try and pull off a Dudley's, Hardys, Edge and Chris? I think that's what Tone would have done. Okay? So, and I know that for sure. So, hashtag TM, not a dirt sheet. TM, or that little R. What do those symbols mean? With the little copyright logo at the... But yeah, it's weird to see Barnett taking it seriously. And so this guy goes, Bubba didn't even... call-in base CLC says, Bubba didn't even mention you. He said he could beat up Moxley, not Josh Barnett. You know, Moxley, the guy that AEW has a blood finish. The guy that once wrestled a guy that was jacking off in the ring, that Moxley. And then this guy goes, oh, and then not this guy, Barnett goes, oh, are we upsetty spaghetti because a bigger bully showed up? I don't know. I just think people don't like Bully. What we're going to discover is Barnett is speaking up and other people spoke up and out against Bully because they legit don't like him. And it's not just like Janela and all you guys are indie scrubs who never made it. No. Batista buried him. Rene Dupree buried him. Paul London buried him. I know I'm forgetting names. People have buried Bubba Ray. And even people who like Bubba Ray have said he's been an asshole and stuff. Not that he's hard to work with, not that fucking he's not willing to do whatever, but that people are vocal and there's been heated exchanges and things like this. So this guy goes, Josh, you're an idiot. Me, Hulk smash caveman mentality, dude. I don't know. He just maybe, who knows? Josh just might not like him. And it can just boil down to that sometimes, right? And so, again, I'm the first to bury Moxley, but then you have grifters like AIR Gold, who goes, Moxley might be the fakest tough guy in wrestling. Bro built his whole gimmick around being a badass, then got choked out by a random dude. And I know AIR Gold's just doing this so that a bunch of people retweet and react to this tweet. Okay, that's a fact. And so I responded and went, Mox would strangle AIR Gold and he'd blow a wad. And AIR Gold is who I meant, pronouns, pal, would blow a wad in his pants while it happened. Yes, Moxley plays a cringy fake tough guy, but everyone gets tapped IRL. If you don't, you aren't really learning or competing. And no, you aren't worth my I'm dyslexic, I forgot a word. And no, you aren't worth my 1/10 of a penny's worth of engagement. I put the worth in the wrong spot. God damn it. Can I edit this tweet? Yeah, it's just, I don't want to quote tweet that guy and get him fucking views and shit. It's like, we know what you're doing, but I will defend Moxley to death for actually competing. Who cares? He gets tapped by a white belt. Who gives a fuck? You know, that'll happen. Now, is it cringe how Moxley's plays this Billy badass, but then gets tapped like this? Yeah, it's super funny. It is. And he's a fake jujitsu guy in his wrestling. when he really doesn't. Again, I pointed out, like, Kyle O'Reilly understands how to do what Mox thinks he's doing better than Mox does, right? Absolutely. Like, Mox comes across cheesy, phony, and whatever. You can like him in real life. You can put him over like I've done multiple times. You can love Dean Ambrose, but I'm not going to let nerds like AI are fucking gold trash Moxley for actually doing jiu-jitsu and competing in a turn. Doesn't matter what level he's at. I encourage everybody to go learn how to box or do jiu-jitsu or some shit like that. And everybody, nobody's a Goldberg, right? Like, everybody gets tapped. And if you don't tap in competition, if you see a guy whose record is like 30, what was Brock Lesnar's amateur wrestling record? He got fucking stretched and gooned in the training room. I promise you, Shelton Benjamin was like his only loss or whatever. Benjamin fucking stretched that dude in the training room. That's how he got so good. You don't get that good by not getting your ass beat in the gym. So everybody taps, okay? Everybody fucking, that's not even something to make fun of. That's not even what Bully was making fun of either. Okay, so we move along. Because Joey Janela gets into it with Bully, but Bully has more to say to Josh Barnett. So Bully responds to what Josh Barnett just said, and he goes, and to be fair, the amount of interaction on your initial post to me was the most over you've ever been. Oh, shit. You interjected yourself into something that was none of your business. I've never mentioned your name in a negative way. My name is Mark. You should stop acting like one. Oh, so is Bully Ray's real name Mark, and that's why they're like, you're a Mark, Bully Mark and shit. Okay, I get it. Far inferior to Phil S. Marks, but and he's like, you should stop acting like one. And I won't lie, Barnett is acting a little Markish by like trying to make it real. It's still real to me, damn it. But I just think he doesn't like Bully because people don't really like Bully. So let's see here if there's any responses. Somebody posted the Randy Marsh finding the internet. Oh my God. Live reaction of Bully basking in the attention he so desperately craves because he's so damn miserable in his personal life. Oh no. Oh no. I just think Bully's trying to talk shit and work his way into matches because it's worked before where he's been like Zilla Fatu and then next thing like an indie's booking it, you know? So everybody's just trying to mark tone in for a bag. I don't blame them, but people are pissed. And I think that's everything from the War Master. No, we actually have some more. So the War Master, Josh Barnett says this. Yes, when I had something to say, people actually cared. You're just lucky it involved you. You dislike someone's work, gimmick, angle, go for it. Want to work yourself into shoot, calling my friend a fraud, and say you'd kick the shit out of him. See, so it's his friend. So I didn't even realize that Mox and Barnett were friends like that. And say you'd kick the shit out of him, then I feel the interest to speak. I'm closer in weight as well. Oh shit, he's fat. Where's fucking Steiner? Oh my God, he's fat. Here we go. Oh my God, he cooked him.
He's fat.
So Barnett's sticking up for his friend. So here's the crux of it. This is where it all comes from. Is that's his actual bud. But the problem is that Bully being like, I'd kick the shit out of you. He's just trying to get a reaction so that somebody reaches out to squash the shit. And when they do, he pulls a Ricochet and just goes, hey, we're working, brother. We're working. That's what Ricochet did when he saw Disco Inferno. He went up to him and was like, hey, man, we're just working. You know that. It's just all the work. We're just working here, buddy. I know. And so that's the cop-out. You can always use that as a cop-out in the pro wrestling business.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
But Josh Barnett was like, no, fuck that. I'm going to beat this guy's ass. And so this guy goes, Bubba would beat the living shit out of you, Josh. You kind of been a bum for over a decade now. You were badass. You were baddest back when Joe Rogan had hair. I legit think Spike dudes could whoop your ass. Not going to lie. I don't even know what that means, but yeah, Barnett's not like top in the world right now. Here's the thing. If Barnett went back to the UFC and paid him what he thinks he's worth and what I'm sure he is worth, I bet he'd beat a bunch of the top 15 guys right now, like a solid handful of them. I bet he could still veteran beat some of these guys with no USADA and shit. But in that USADA era, or like pre-USADA, I don't know. Everybody was on the juice. Then USADA came in. A bunch of people just fell off who were just killers. And I think Barnett, let me look, because this isn't just shit on him either, but because everybody was on shit. But has Josh Barnett, I think he popped. I don't want to sully his name. Popped for PEDs in MMA, because I think like Barnett popped like before. Yes, Barnett has multiple doping infractions on his record throughout his extensive MMA career. So in 01, 02, he was flagged back then, dude. Before USADA in 01, when there was no drug testing. There was no drug testing in MMA. Like, look at Ken Shamrock when he was in UFC, man. That guy was juiced up to the gills, like. But he was flagged for banned substances twice by the Nevada Athletic Commission, all the way back at UFC 36, bro. We're at like UFC 336, you know? 2009, his fight against Fedor for Affliction got canceled just 10 days out, and then Affliction went under. I'm going under. Right? Who sings that? Evanescence or some shit? But yeah, Affliction like tanked because of that. He tanked that whole promotion popping for PDs. And then again in 2016, he flagged for potential doping violation for Osterine by USADA. So like multiple throughout his career pop for fucking steroids. So in this era, could he walk in and beat everyone's ass? I don't know. I think once they cracked down on the drug testing, I think he kind of fell off a bit then. But even though he was on shit, everyone was on shit, and he wasn't like ever jacked up. He was always like I don't want to call him pudgy, but he was a thick boy. We'll call him a thick boy. Shout out Brendan Schaub. Ride through the city like Brendan Schaub. He was a thick boy, okay? And he always had a little meat to him. So he didn't like show up looking like fucking Alistair Overeem or Brock Lesnar, just juiced up. But War Master, I'm just saying, if you're going to say he fell off and he's a pussy, that's not the route to go with either. And I'm glad that Barnett, like, he doesn't even address this. And I think Barnett's pretty gangster here. Like, he's just addressing bully and then addressing some of the shit that's on topic. If you're just burying him, he's not even going to address that, because it's like, why would he? You know, he knows it's not true. So Dave Meltzer has a conspiracy theory about why this all happened, and then we're going to get into the Joey Janela stuff. But first, never forget that in his official WWE autobiography, Dave Bautista stopped all narrative flow of the book and dedicated an entire chapter to how much he hated Bubba Ray Dudley. And the Dudley boys are immensely bigger in the wrestling world than Dave ever was. I don't think Bubba really gives a shit. Okay, whatever. But Bubba is an asshole. This is from Batista's book, ladies and gentlemen. So Batista said the match continued for a while and it was just a nightmare. When it ended, they hauled Randy out in an ambulance. I followed in a car. Even Bubba Ray Dudley got hurt, injuring his back, or so he claimed. See, the thing that really, really drives me crazy about that night was that Bubba Dudley bitched out Randy while he was being put into the ambulance. Bubba started yelling at Randy, claiming that because of landing on Randy's foot, he had hurt his back. Excuse me? Because Bubba broke Randy's foot by landing on it and crushing it. Bubba's back hurt, and it was Randy's fault? Yeah, that's it. Randy's in the ambulance with a broken foot, and Bubba's screaming and yelling at him. And you know, usually if somebody gets injured in your match, or even if it's just a guy you work with, at some point you try to give him a call to check on him and see how he's doing. You want to show a little bit of concern. He's a coworker, and whether you were responsible or not, it's just the polite thing to do. The right thing to do, show you care. Needless to say, Bubba never gave me or Randy a call just to see how we were doing. Nothing. In my opinion, and also Batista got hurt in this match. In my opinion, Bubba Dudley is a jerk-off. This fucking jerk-off. Oh, go. He's one of those people who used to always bully guys and throw his weight around just because. So there you go. And I think Mr. Anderson, Ken Kennedy as well, I think said some shit about Bubba. Lots of people have said shit about Bubba through the years. Okay. So that's an excerpt from his book. And then Dave Meltzer, here's his conspiracy theory before we get into the Janela stuff, because it gets so funny and just so outlandish, and they go back and forth. And so everybody flutes in the chat, because it is time for everybody's favorite show turned segment, which is a show, but it's sometimes a segment, but it did start as a segment, then turned into a show, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of PWT Live Show.
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
So Dave, again, he just has to make it about AEW or hating on Tommy Dreamer and hating on TNA. And he always has to just attribute things. And maybe this is what he was going for. Who knows? But I doubt it, because I don't think he thought that Josh Barnett, unless Josh is working us too, I don't think Josh Barnett, anticipated, Josh Barnett fucking calling him out to really fight him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know if he expected Josh Barnett to defend his friend like that. So let's listen to Dave's conspiracy theory.
Would you like to do a breakdown of Josh Barnett versus Bully Ray?
Well, I mean, really quick. I mean, the whole thing, obviously, it was Bully trying to get heat off Tommy Dreamer by creating a different controversy. And
so why? So by him giving his critique on AEW Dynamite week in and week out, that he always does. He always gives hot takes. Even with WWE, he gives like booking ideas where people are like, that sounds like ass, but he still does it, and he pisses people off, and he just does the damn thing. So because he called out Moxley, and then Josh Barnett challenged him to a real fight, which I'm sure he didn't anticipate, unless Josh Barnett's in on it and also knows Tommy Dreamer and was like, yeah, let's get the heat off of Dreamer. But Dave has to make it about somehow, well, Bully talked shit about AEW, and he did that to get heat off Tommy Dreamer in the TNA situation. It's like, whoa, buddy, how do you come to that conclusion? Are you sure it wasn't just the fact that Barnett took up for his friend and called him out for a real fucking fight?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Pretty fucking crazy. So
that's it. You know, I mean, it's, you know, but I think that Josh probably didn't even know that and just thought that Bully was being a dick. And
so then how could that be what he was doing? So Bully saying, I'll beat the shit out of Mox. It didn't even really blow up until Barnett went, I'll beat you up. Like, yeah, it blew up, but it was like basic bitch, wasn't even trending today before this show. Basic bitch, slow news day, Twitter news type shit. People were like, oh, that's crazy. Yeah, Mox is a fake tough guy. Right? But everything Bully says, you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of crazy. Bully's going off again. It was just like, whatever. So the question that Brian Alvarez asks Dave is, Dave, shed some light on this. And Dave goes, yeah, it was obviously all because Bully said some shit about Moxley. But Barnett didn't know that, and he's just challenging him to fight. So you have no insight. You don't even have a correct assessment. What you're saying doesn't even make sense, because if Barnett didn't know, then how could – because really what made this blow up was Barnett going, I'll fight you. So how would fucking that be what blew up? How could that be what Bully's intention was? Unless Barnett was in on it, but then Dave says immediately, I don't think Barnett knew. He just was – so he just felt himself like in real time.
Fight, and then
within two sentences, he just blows up his own narrative. It's like, Dave, you're a fucking idiot. Just say, I don't know. It looks like Barnett wants to fight him. It's fucking crazy. Then move on. Or read the tweets in funny voices like I do.
Like, oh, it's a work, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, what do you, I don't really, there's no more analysis that you need to do. It was just.
So you don't know anything. You're supposed to be the insight news gossip guy who's got your finger on the pulse, and you know everything. And everything I've had to deal with on Twitter everything we've had to deal with. I mean, AEW's had to deal with, Brian. But then this, no insight, just say I have zero insight. I just saw the back and forth on Twitter. Josh Barnett would beat his ass. Maybe Bully's trying to work into a fight again or into a match again. Dave can't provide any fucking insight. Oh, it was just about AEW, Brian.
Somebody's looking for attention, and and I think it did it
and
work?
It's always like Dave can say crazy shit and it's not looking for attention, but Bully says crazy shit and it's looking for attention. And I hate this whole like, you're just looking for attention, bitch. That's what anybody who broadcasts anything at all, if you have social media and you post like, damn, I had a chicken wrap today, you're looking for attention. So shut the fuck up. I can't stand these fucking boomers sitting here going constantly, oh, it's just like, oh, everyone's looking for attention, or you criticize something on Twitter, or you just fucking want to get attention for your dumb. Yeah, it's called social media. We're all just looking for attention, okay? Even if you don't criticize movies or wrestling or music or whatever, and you just go, picked up my daughter from her softball game this weekend, that is looking for attention. Otherwise, you just keep that between yourself. This is why I've never been a social media person. It's like, who the fuck wants to share? I had a Dr. Pepper this afternoon. Like, I just think I'm not that kind of guy. I'm just not that kind of person. I'm sorry. I've never been that way. And I don't know. It's just always looking for attention. Yeah, he's on a fucking radio show on Sirius XM. Of course, he's looking for attention. He wants people to watch his show. You're looking for attention too, Dave, or you wouldn't be talking about this at all. It's fucking crazy.
Those type of things go away in a day most of the time anyway. Did it?
Who listens to this boring boomer slop besides me? You know what I mean? Like, listen, I don't know. It wasn't anything. I have no insight. I'm really bored. I can't even get excited for anything. My brain is mush. I actually don't know what you're talking about, Brian. I just heard about it by proxy. I was in the middle of arguing about fucking how AEW should be bought by Paramount, should be bought out by Paramount. Or I was pitching busy doing tweets, hiding from Niccolo Piccolo and tweeting out posts about fucking why Paramount should work with AEW in the future. I didn't actually see this. Like, fuck you, Dave.
Change, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I fucking hate Dave, dude.
Slightest. It's a non whatever, whatever. Like they're
oh my God, what is he saying? What is he even saying?
It's a non whatever,
It's a non whatever, whatever. Oh my God, we are at the pinnacle.
Retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Change, I don't know. Doesn't matter, and not in the slightest. It's a non whatever, whatever. Like they're gonna fight. They're gonna
what?
fight
Whoa! What happened? What are we even talking about?
The same card as Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg at the Roman Coliseum. It's all
so like he's trying to be like funny to MMA fans who don't watch his show and they just get their MMA information from Dave. Oh, it's a nothing. They're not gonna fight. I hope they end up working a fucking indie match. I hope they end up boxing just to prove Dave wrong. And he's just like, it's nothing. He's just so bumhurt and sad. Well, Bully made fun of Mox, and instead of Mox standing up for himself, fucking Josh Barnett had to stand up for him on Twitter and say he'd beat up fucking Bully Ray. Holy shit. Fucking Dave, dude. He's all booty hurt. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the show.
Or, the young superstar, babyface, the former heel thing. So.
And so that's when Joey Janela gets into it with Bully Ray here, with Uncle Bully, okay? And he starts going at him. So Joey Janela jumps in and goes, there's no bigger fraud on the Jersey Shore. I haven't seen a fraud. I haven't seen this big of a fraud on the Jersey Shore since Ronnie from Jersey Shore. Am I right? Go! There's no bigger fraud on the Jersey Shore than 54-year-old Bubba Dudley sits around at DJ's by himself on Sundays all day, buying groups of 22-year-old girls shots. Well, I mean, is that really something to hate on? I don't know if that's something to hate on. Janela's 36, right? How old is Megan Bain? Let's just see. 28 years. So I'm sure some people would try and call you creepy for that too. No, I don't know. How old's Bully Ray? How old is Bubba Ray Dudley? Dudley, bro. Dudley. 54. Yeah, I don't know, man. If you're like, there's nothing wrong. Like, if you're of drinking legal age and you're in an establishment, I mean, is it kind of creepy? Yes. Is he being marked in for drinks? Absolutely. That's why the 22-year-old broads go to the fucking club. Am I right, fellas? And they work those marks out of drinks. Oh. And then they go home with some fucking Giga Chad, and I'm over here getting blue balls, and I'm like, hey, bitch, can I get my tree 50 back? Oh. So, Joe at the Jersey Shore, this is so funny. This is a script. First, this is what was going to happen between Snooki and the situation. No. So he goes, waiting for someone to recognize him, and when they do and ask for a picture, he tells them to fuck off on some Hollywood shit. Just waiting for someone to notice you and ask for your picture. Then you'd be like, nah, fuck off, Mark. I could see Bully doing that. The stories never end. When people find out I'm a wrestler, they go, do you know Mark, Bubba Ray? That guy's a fucking loser. So this guy goes, you should see him at Asbury Ale House by himself on the weekend days, sitting at the bar, scowling at guys and being weird to girls. So is he one of these faux tough guys who just like sits at bars and is like, hey, let's fucking Joey's got a great story of just like, we've all known someone that it should be in a movie. I like it so much, Joey. I'm stealing it for my next motion picture, and no, you will not get credit for it. I'm a thief. It's mine. And when you say it's yours, I'll call you a liar. No. Joey tells a great story in a minute here. So Asbury Ale House, Asbury Park, by himself on the weekend days, sitting at the bar, scowling at guys and being weird to girls. And then he goes, nonstop stories, a terror down the shore. So he goes, historically, 20-something co-eds love past their prime, overweight, angry 50-year-old podcasters. They will fuck anyone with money over here, especially fat 50-plus-year-olds. I see it every week. Oh, my God. They're being ruthless to old Uncle Bully here, okay? And so Bully Ray responds, man. He responds to all this shit. So we got to go back in time here. We're time copping. No, it's not even time cop, but Bully quote tweets this. Or sorry, Joey Janela quote tweets himself, and then Bully responds. So Joey Janela goes, I'll never forgive that fat fucking loser for absolutely completely dosing a table in 2 bottles of lighter fluid. Dousing is what you meant to say. Joey Janela, I don't know if he knows how to spell dousing, but that's okay. I can make it out. All right, buddy? And not waiting for it to dissipate. Okay, you got dissipate down, right? Did he? Let me just double check. Dissipate. Yeah, dude, you nailed the word dissipate, but got dousing wrong. That's fine. Giving me nearly 3rd-degree burns on my body and not checking in once with me afterwards. Oh, shit. So that's, listen, say what you will, but if we do pull a time cop and we go back a decade or 2 at this point, 2 decades, and Batista is writing in his book that Bully Ray's a piece of shit and doesn't check on people he hurts, and then Joey Janela is like, yo, this guy fucking... in 2026, he burnt me up. Obviously, this is a few years ago, and he never checked on me. Bonus. I'm just saying that those characteristics like line up. They align 20 years apart. Batista and Joey Janela couldn't be further apart as far as successes in the fucking wrestling industry and in acting in Hollywood, etc. Okay? And so Joey says, even laughed a little bit when I told, okay, he never checked in once with me, even laughed a little bit when I told him I was going to the hospital. You're going to the hospital? As the skin bubbled up on my body. Matt Cardona, on the other hand, felt truly terrible, checked in on me every day, and it wasn't even his gimmick. So Bully Ray goes, you begged, literally begged me to do it. You know it, and all the boys know it. I said no 2 times, you still begged. You wore a flammable shirt that you were told by others not to wear. You're trash and a liar, and you fucking know it. Now, I believe both these guys. I believe Bully didn't check on Joey, and I believe that Joey begged him to do it and wore a shirt, and people were like, don't wear that. And he's like, whatever, bro, I'll do it, man. Yeah, man, I'm hardcore. For sure, I believe both of those things. Both of those things are absolutely true. So Joey Janela responds to this and goes, LMFAO, the only thing that didn't catch fire was the shirt. The shirt was completely intact afterwards. Now we're just off in semantics. Actually, the shirt fucking didn't light on fire, bro. It was my skin. It was the lighter fluid on my skin. Such a corny, fat fucking liar you are. I didn't beg to do a flaming table spot. That was the spot in mind when they booked you. Matt Cardona said you'd keep me safe, and he did it twice. You never said no. I wasn't begging to do flaming table spots in 24. I did it because I thought it would be fine since you've done it so many times. See, folks, this is why you don't do flaming table spots. Unless you're fucking, Terry Funk or Cactus Jack. Just don't do them. How about that? So Bully Ray responds and goes, also, you fucking moron, I was never booked for that show. I was an extremely last-minute replacement added not even 24 hours prior because someone could not make it. The first person I saw was you. You brought me lighter fluid and lamp oil and then begged and then cried, bitch. Damn, and lamp oil too? God damn, that's the thing. Like, fire spots are so dumb. They're just so dumb. I know we'll use lighter fluid and lamp oil and this gasoline I found out back. It's for the mower. Holy shit, man. And so, look, Janela responds, and now he's dragging Cardona into it. And Janela goes, Matt Cardona came up to me and said you were going to throw me through a flaming table. Said he took it twice and I'd be fine. I obliged because I trust Matt more than 95% of the wrestlers in the business, and I thought I'd be okay since you've done it 100 times. Never begged and never cried. You cried. Nuh-uh. No, I didn't. It's the worst thing to go, oh, were you crying, bro? Because then whoever you're felting has to go, no, I wasn't crying. I swear to God.
Emotional damage.
Oh my God, it's just like fucking kids fighting on the playground. Had a young wrestler, Justin Finn, take to the hospital in AC. When they said the burns were too bad for them to handle, they sent me to a burn unit in Philadelphia, in which they wanted to keep me there for days. But I left early to make it to GCW. I'm hardcore, man. I checked myself out of the hospital, man. The next day to cut a promo because at the end of the day, I'm a worker. You never checked in on me once, at least shot me a message or a text asking me how I was doing because you absolutely knew how bad those burns were. If you sent me once message, I wouldn't be doing this publicly on social media right now. But I'm sick of your big fat mouth on here. You're truly a fucking loser, a fraud. The problem is when Joey, like he always does this thing, which is fine. But he fucking calls people who are like far more successful than him in wrestling and have way longer lasting legacies and impact. He's like, you're a loser. And it's like, that comes from him being told he's a loser in the business for so many years. Because it's like, okay, Bully's not a loser. We can't say that, right? Like, is he a fucking asshole piece of shit? Is it loser behavior to hang out in the bars by yourself and be the old guy trying to pick up on chicks? Yeah, I would say it's more sad. I don't know if it's loser behavior. Like, is he married? You got to get laid somehow. I'd say it's more loser behavior to just like buy whores. Go. I just buy a hoe. give a tree 50, put a burger down a throat, right? I'd say that's like loserier and more sleazier, but I don't know, man. Anyways, he goes, a fraud, an all-time asshole that the nicest guys all have something negative to say about. Blow me. And so this argument continues. The flame returns, and they can't let it go. They just keep going off. And Joey also does this thing where he quote tweets things multiple times. Now, who cares, right? People use social media. You're allowed to do it for a fucking reason. But he just wanted to add context. Like he goes, not burnt anywhere the shirt was covering, was wearing a tank top, LMFAO. So, I mean, in fairness, he literally has like the tank top line, like Joey's right. Like, this is what's exposed if you're wearing a wife beater. Oh, I call it a wife beater. That's what I call it. Go. So yeah, in fairness, he was burnt everywhere. A wife beater. That's what we call it here at PWT. Okay, everywhere that a tank top would not be covering. In fairness, or a shirt that you cut, like a regular tee that you know how wrestlers will cut them on the sides. I'm sure it's something like that. So he doesn't look like he's lying there. And so Joey follows up with this. And somebody comes with video proof of Bully Ray. And now they start bringing up Kid Rock. And now Kid Rock gets brought into this. Ball with the ball, da bang, da bang. And if you guys aren't careful, the Undertaker is going to show up and fucking choke slam you both straight down. But this guy here, Sanford the Band, posted this, okay? Real it factor from an old fuck who tried to intimidate a female wrestler an hour or two earlier. Now, I want to know, what's the context here? Like, did Bully Ray intimidate a female wrestler an hour or two before this? I have no fucking clue. There's no replies to this. I don't know what that even refers to. So if somebody can enlighten me, that would be amazing. But let's take a look. Here's Bubba Ray Dudley, Bully Ray, doing karaoke at some club. And people are locked in. They're going crazy for him. But again, he's got negative aura here. Not much charisma. And Joey Janela is about to give us an explanation why, potentially, the way I've puzzle pieced this together, okay? I did some detective work here. And I think I know why Bully Ray's like negative aura here. But let's listen to Bully Ray doing karaoke. Some Johnny Be Good. Which Johnny Be Good's an easy song to karaoke and party with, and you see how the crowd sings it. And you can kind of rap it a little bit. Like, you don't have to particularly be good at singing to be like, his mama told him someday he will be a man and he'll be the leader of a big old band. People will be playing from miles around. Like, you can just kind of rap that. You don't have to be like, you know, it's not like you're sitting there belting and fucking singing Journey or something. You know what I mean? You can kind of just get through this song and have fun and jump around and just kind of be silly with it. But Bully's just standing there fucking awkward as fuck. Negative momentum here. Okay? So it is what it is. I mean, everybody does karaoke at their own pace, but he just looks shittered or like almost nervous to be up there. The band's ripping it up, so shout them out. And so this is Joey's response to this. And then Bully responded to this. So you know that it's true. You know that there's somewhere in the middle of this is the truth. And this is so funny. So Joey goes, this is the night he pulled me into a small room. Okay. This is too funny. I don't want to burst out laughing the whole time. Let me compose myself. Deep breath. So Joey goes, this is the night he pulled me into a small room at the Kid Rock bar and went, oh my God. I heard you like to drink, kid. Let's see. and he put a bottle of whiskey on the table and made me have a shot off. Now, first off, I see Bully doing this. This is some like old wrestler, fucking tough guy. You gotta gargle the whiskey, brother. You know, I heard you like to drink, kid. Let's do a shot off. Like everybody's has a story where a friend got roped into some shit like this, or they seen someone challenge someone and epically fail on some shit like this, or did a shot off and crushed someone, or did a shot off and got completely obliterated, Mortal Kombat fatality style, right? Like we all have a story with something similar where it's like, you know, you start fucking, someone's like, oh yeah, let's fucking chug this bottle. And then you like chug them under the table or whatever. Like everybody's got a fucking story like this, right? So Joey Janela goes, Bully Ray said, I heard you like to drink, kid. Let's see. Put a bottle of whiskey on the table and made me have a shot off with him, thinking I'd eventually bitch out. But after like 5 shots in a row, he was like, okay. And I left. It was some weirdo shit. Oh my God. So what he's saying is Bully put the bottle down and was like, let's drink, kid. So Janela, who again, people have shit on him like, oh, he's a dirtball, he's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. He's talked openly about, you know, he drank a shitload and I'm sure he still does. I'm sure he can party. You look at Janela, people are like, oh, he looks rough and shit. Yeah, he looks like a dude who could party, dude. He hosts spring break and shit. So Bully puts the bottle down. They go shot for shot, and after 5 shots, Bully just taps out and is like, I'm done. That's the funniest shit of all time. Okay. So Bully responds to this, and he confirms it was Kid Rock's bar or something like this. StreamYard's freezing up on me as I make small talk about this here. So the truth lies somewhere in the middle with this. So either like Janela's recounting of this is way off, or Bully Ray's coping, or one or the other. StreamYard's just freezing badly on me, so give me just a moment here. Sorry about that. So here we go. Bully Ray responds and goes, I pulled you into Kid Rock's personal... no, it's not JD. It's more just like New Yorker. I pulled you into Kid Rock's personal VIP room called the Cadillac Pussy and was being friendly toward you. Shame on me for being nice to you. Burn, baby, burn. And like, here's the thing. Bully thinks that's cool. Kid Rock's personal VIP room called the Cadillac Pussy. Boomer alert. No, I love you, boomers. If you watch PWT, you're young at heart. You're a young soul. You fucking rule. But yeah, just hilarious. So that means the truth is somewhere in the middle. Like Bully's not denying they had a shot off and Janela smoked him. But Bully's like, I pulled you into Kid Rock's personal VIP room. So I don't know. It could be cope. Kid Rock was coping after his fucking Super Bowl halftime show too. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was a segment called Wrestling's Not Fake. And I want to shout out Tommy Dreamer, Bully Ray, Josh Barnett, and Joey Janela for giving me tons of hilarity and tons of content to talk about on the show this evening. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Wrestling's Not Fake, when wrestlers break kayfabe and work themselves into a shoot, brother. I think that's a legit new segment that should go down. Wrestling's Not Fake. Round of applause for that. That was spectacular, guys. Oh my goodness. So, guys, we still have tons of show left. Make sure you guys are hitting like, make sure you're hitting heart, make sure you're hitting retweet, make sure you are super chatting in, and make sure you are becoming a member for 99 cents, and make sure you are checking out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Those are all the ways you can support PWT, and those are my plugs. We got lots of show left, baby. What's chat saying? I haven't really checked in with chat because I've been doing what I've been doing. I'm happy to be a Xenial. Boomer here. This is why I stay off Twitter. There you go. I love you. Boomers, I love you. You guys are welcome here. We Boomer Max here at PWT. It's all good. This guy says, hey, I'm a new member and fuck AEW. There you go. Shout out TY Hitman 24. And yeah, some people feel that way. We're about to do AEW news. 90 minutes of Bully Ray and Tommy Dreamer. What world is this? It's just fantastic. It's just one of the greatest segments ever for me. The shot off from Arrested Development is amazing. Yes, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like, yeah, okay, it's already in a show, so I'm not stealing it for my movie. I heard the shot off stories about The Undertaker, legendary. The Megacyst definitely checked the right box. Until he has Megan Bayne, he's a winner. Fire spots are so fucking stupid. Bully is married to Velvet Sky from TNA, so there you go. So that's shitty if they're like accusing him of like cheating on his wife and shit, or like trying to. Okay, guys. Now make sure you guys vote in the poll. And over on Kick, I'm trying to make it so you can gift subs, and I do see like the episodes are getting viewed more over there. So shout out whoever watches the replays of them. We're not doing gangbusters, but I just need to get approved. I had to like sign up for this fucking thing or whatever, so I'm just waiting on that. But I want you guys to vote in the chats, whether you're on Kick, X, or YouTube. Which PLE are you most excited for this weekend? We're about to preview them all. We're about to do TNA, AEW, WWE news. Don't touch that fucking dial. We got tons more show, okay? So I need you guys to vote in the poll, and the poll takes effect wherever chat is visible to you on the internet. I need you guys to vote. Which PLE are you most excited for this weekend? Put a 1 in the chat for Night of Champions, 2 in the chat for Forbidden Door, 3 in the chat for Slammiversary, 4 in the chat for Great American Bash. Make sure you guys are doing that. Get your votes in. Even if you're hate watching, just let us know. Your vote matters most, right? And make sure you guys are voting on, so far, no votes for Forbidden Door Slammiversary. And I like the honesty from you guys. Right? Because Night of Champions, say what you will, it's got the most heat, I would say, going into anything. Right? I've skipped NXTs recently. I've skipped watching some of them, unfortunately. And I don't want to hate on TNA, but aside from all the titles being on the line, I haven't been watching TNA as much. And I watch all of fucking AEW, and it was just, again, Tone just fucking booked 100 matches for the go-home show, and it's a Dynamite Collision combine, and there's like 10 matches pre-announced, and he just overloads shit before the pay-per-views. There's only 2K people. Like, that's not motion. I don't care what anybody has to say. It's more like stop motion. Am I right, fellas? I'm dying over here. So... yeah. Speaking of AEW, though, we are going to get into AEW news. I want to do TNA news first because there is some pressing stuff that we got to get to. And speaking of TNA and AEW, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yo!
Okay, guys, so let's get into a little segment that I like to call, as I get it pulled up here, brought to you by patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, and it is called, speaking of Bully Ray, get your aces and eights and banjos in the chat for TNA. So, guys, Blake Axe Avignon, who, again, let's read his bio, ex-CAA. So when you hear Nicolo Piccolo Paradigm, Well, guess what? Niccolo Piccolo's ex-Paradigm, right? CAA and Paradigm are like the two of the tippy top fucking agencies, talent agencies. CAA is like the main one, was like the main one. I'm not sure if it's still considered. If you get signed to fucking CAA, that's a big deal though, okay? So Blake Axe Avignon, he talks about pro wrestling, he talks about MMA a lot. Okay? And much like Niccolo Piccolo, I don't think he's as invested in Hollywood. Maybe he is. I don't know. I've never gotten to know him or talk to him. But Niccolo Piccolo obviously very much engulfed in Hollywood as well as sports and entertainment. Well, people got triggered, and a bunch of the wackos, like a bunch of the people who take everything Nick says for fucking gospel truth, look at a guy who's ex-CAA, W&K, GS&P, Octagon Sports Business, IP Brand Consulting, formerly, right? He does IP brand consulting, so Niccolo Piccolo does Rare Standard and shit. Like, it's up the same lane, and people don't really melt down on him, but wrestling fans and like WWE fans and TNA fans got mad at him because he was like, the rumor sources are telling me that fucking Anthem would sell for anywhere from 30 to 50 million, essentially, is all he said. It was not even a bad thing, but people got fucking mad at him, and it is what it is. But Moose had this to say. Let's see here. Additionally, Anthem Lens Asper has set a 30 million floor. His preferred price is 40 to 50 million. The premium reflects toxic debt on Anthem's books. Any buyer would be expected to absorb it. And then Blake follows up and says, additionally, multiple WWE sources indicated the toxic debt on Anthem's book is the primary reason why WWE isn't viewed as a buyer for TNA. WWE already has the TV reach, audience, and talent pipeline, etc. So we went over this. What would they do? Upload matches to YouTube? TNA already does that. It would just be TKO absorbing more debt. They don't want to do that. So this guy goes, this confirms what I've been saying about TNA. This is at Bear Down 316 says, this confirms what I've been saying about TNA using AMC money to pay down debts. They haven't been profitable since Anthem acquired them in 2017, but they've been keeping it alive, throwing money at it for almost a decade. Time to start paying that down. Those notes and markers are being called in now that they've got some money coming in. And then Moose says, hope you know Blake is making up shit and all you guys are reporting it to be true. Kind of hilarious and sad at the same time. And this guy goes, I haven't reported, Gerard says, I haven't reported anything, just posted about it on here. I aggregate and go with, oh my God, it's just a guy with a Twitter, Moose, who gives a fuck. And I'm not going to listen to that guy explain how he's allowed, he has freedom of speech and can talk about whatever the fuck he wants to talk about on Twitter without it being a news report. So Blake Axe Avignon goes, at least tag me if you're going to talk about me. Funny that the only pushback I get is he's making it up, never an actual denial backed by anything. If Anthem wants to debunk this, open the accounting. Go on Caleb Hammer. Show the actual financials, especially with the AMC TV deal. Tone on Caleb Hammer. Deal in place. That should be a real boost to the P&L and overall cash flow. Let's see it reflected. Until then, trust me, bro, from a guy in the roster is just damage control with a verified check mark. So, yeah, I mean, people went hard on Blake, but he's just like, it's the same thing. Like Nick was just like, yo, WBD is trying to hook Tone up and let him know that it's probably not going to be a renewal or whatever. So go shop this shit around and set up your own little path. And then everybody melts down. It's like Blake's just doing the same thing. So, according to PWI, with the departure of Tommy Dreamer in TNA, Vice President of TV Production Eric Tompkins will be working hand-in-hand with Delirious on creative. One person described it as they would be co-heads of creative, but that wasn't 100% confirmed. There's been buzz about others being brought onto the team, making the rounds, but within TNA so far, nothing has been put in place in that regard. And so, speaking of that, Road Dogg Brian James, PWI, follows up and says that he's expected to be at TNA Slammiversary this Sunday while the company is trying to keep it quiet. There's been talk of him coming in. It was said James was initially pitched as a potential producer, but since the departure of Tommy Dreamer, there are some who believe he may instead step into the creative circle. One source noted James has a close relationship with Johnny Russo, the head writer for NXT. So James coming on board would only be a positive for the NXT TNA relationship. Again, that's all allegedly. And so Blake follows up and says, I think for all the TNA fans and supporters who think I'm a hater, let me break down why I'm just an honest critic. Since landing the AMC deal, there's not much on the resume to show for it. No major signings, no standout creative direction, no new revenue streams, no key hires in operations or business development. Even talent retention has been shaky with recent departures rather than additions. Yeah, not to mention like the NXT stuff kind of just subsided and we haven't seen anything more from it. Any company landing a TV deal with guaranteed money should be putting that to work. A cash infusion usually means expansion. So if Road Dogg comes in, I mean, he's going to get paid more than Dreamer was, or at least the equivalent or more. So maybe that's an investment, but I'm there with him. This is what I was saying. He's just saying it more eloquently. Way less F words. Investment in talent, sharper creative, and stronger infrastructure provides a buffer to explore and push TNA's boundaries as a business and product. So far, that urgency hasn't shown up, and that should raise major concerns. But I mean, their ratings haven't been el terrible either, right? Like, I'm pretty sure their debut show was like 175K or some shit. And then they do like 200 and they've done upwards like 230K viewers. So it's there, man. Like there's people watching it and stuff. So we'll see. But yeah, as far as like, you know, they brought back Ash by Elegance. Okay. They lost the Rascals, brought Miguel back in. But realistically, they're only paying one of the 4 Rascals that they lost out to on Tone and shit. Like, so he's not entirely off there. They lost Tessa Blanchard. And then they had to come out with a coat post and be like, well, we were going to pay her more, but she walked away. Really? Were you? So speaking of Slammiversary and people who may debut, and we know Giovanni Vinci, what's his name? Fabian Eichner and Amazing Reds come back. So again, are these guys that are long-term investments like you're breaking the bank for? Not really. Is it kind of exciting? Sure. I mean, Eichner's just in a fucking 6-man, multi-man match in the X Division match. So I don't really know, but TNA will be debuting a former WWE talent this weekend at Slammiversary. The word making the rounds is the talent is a former multi-time singles champion, but nothing more has been heard beyond that. And it could just be Road Dogg. I think Road Dogg's won a singles championship a couple times, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong, but this could be 2 rumors getting conflated, you know? And this could be the people leaking this to PWI, the way they're trying to keep the Road Dogg thing under wraps. But then they do, like, you know, feds will leak shit out. Hey, we're bringing in a WWE talent. And then the dirt sheets run around with it. It could just be Road Dogg for all we know, because this came out a day or two after those other reports. We move along. So according to Dave Meltzer, again, I don't know if we need to. We don't need full-blown flutes.
Or, you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, the former heel thing. So
TNA has lost a lot of money, and Anthem could be looking to make their money back. And it's like great, astute observation here, Dave, stealing what Blake Avignon was saying. TNA's lost a lot of money, Brian, and you know, I guess the Aspers, they you know, except it's like you know, actually it's like I you know, except they want Batman Nightfall Part 1. They want a way to sell it and make their money back. That's basically it, Brian. WWE can get it anytime they want it, but I don't know. WWE, they usually don't spend a lot of money, but the companies, to buy companies, they can get TNA, but I don't expect them to pay big money to get TNA, Brian. I'm not sure. This could be Brian. I'm not sure exactly what the contract works out. I don't know if they could sell to someone other than WWE. WWE certainly would have the right first refusal on a deal. So there's a lot of interesting things going around. I think that's Brian. It's the way it's worded. So yeah, I guess it's interesting. I'm not clamoring for WWE to buy TNA. I don't think that's the answer either, but yeah, I would be banging on the door like, hey, WWE, help us out a little bit more. Like, what the fuck? But I mean, their viewership is like growing. If technically from day one where they started till now, it's only gone up. And just looking at past trends and past history, if it were to repeat itself, they have the potential to do 400,000 viewers for TNA on there. And maybe it is a gradual climb. And I'm just being impatient about it because I thought the wars were really going to heat up. But if it's a gradual climb for them to reach Collision numbers, when we get there, we get there. Collision's going to end up on YouTube. So then who's really kicking ass, right? Lincoln Hawk for 5 as the local resident long-term TNA hole here. This is what TNA does every 7 or 8 years. It's a known cycle. Exactly. It's like fucking Time Cop, dude. It's like we've seen this all before, you know? And a lot of people, I will say this, dude, and thank you for the super chat. A lot of people are fucking talking about TNA right now leading into Slammiversary, so that's all but a good thing, no? They say no press is bad press, and maybe they've gotten some bad press, but maybe it makes people excited to watch, tune in, and be like, what kind of shit show is this going to be? Or I might buy this pay-per-view to fucking live tweet about it and see what type of, you know, what type of title action they have going on or title changes, because all the belts are on the line. Who knows? But people are talking about TNA. And if Tone swoops in and buys TNA, it's cooked. It's as cooked as Nuge. It's as cooked as ROH. But Matt Hardy shed some light here. And Cultaholic, quote Matt Hardy from The Extreme Life of Matt Hardy, says, even when Carlos Silva came in with TNA was pretty in the hole. You know what I mean? Whenever Carlos started, so he's been trying to, you know, dig out of that. And he has done a great job of digging out of it. There have been many sacrifices he's had to make to try and make the company, you know, turn it into a profitable deal. Now, guys, remember, so his job, what Matt Hardy's saying was his job is to make it profitable with the AMC deal. So maybe it wasn't as profitable as they thought, but it was close to. And of course, they lined their pockets with it a little bit. The Aspers or, you know, the bigwigs. But maybe not as much. And they weren't able to get rid of all of that toxic debt, quote unquote. But remember this, Scott D'Amore was going to give them $10 million for it and absorb the debt. So obviously it's just like a money play for them right now, which is fine. I mean, they're in the wrestling business, and TNA definitely parlayed the popularity of all of wrestling, mostly WWE, but all of wrestling, into this TV deal, and maybe it didn't pay off the way they thought it would. And Carlos Silva, you either love him or hate him. If the whiny bitch shit behind the scenes is true, then yeah, he seems like a dork. I don't just hate the guy because people are like, oh, he's in a cuck chair and he fucking hands the titles to people. Like, I don't hate him for that. And he's awesome and professional in interviews. But yeah, we need to see more motion. And it seems as though even though he's all up in the forefront of the creative aspect, like we're sitting here thinking like, oh, he's the Tony Khan. He's like the face of their creative and shit. It's really more his approach is from the business aspect. Whereas it's not that Scott D'Amore's wouldn't be the business aspect, but obviously it's more of his love and knowledge of professional wrestling and his creative endeavors that keeps him. Like Scott D'Amore could fucking retire and live on a beach and take his boats out and shit for the fucking, you know, he doesn't need to do this, but he fucking started MLP, got them a deal on TSN. Like he's in it to win it. He loves wrestling. So, and he's obviously got a mind for it. So anyways, Matt Hardy just says, look, I think he's doing things the best that he can do for them with his limited knowledge of pro wrestling in some ways, if I can say it, but he does have a pretty good support team around him. And I think that's getting ready to grow even a little more. And so Matt Hardy follows up and says, Carlos was hired for the position to do one, dig TNA out of debt, 2, streamline company costs and expenses, 3, get the company on a bigger TV platform, 4, get to the point where TNA is becoming profitable. He's been working tirelessly, and every one of these tasks are challenging. Carlos is getting things done and succeeding on all these goals. The core group at TNA, I should have read it like Matt Hardy. Yes, the core group at TNA is going to keep doing what we do. Work hard, grind away, and make TNA as great as it can be before it's deleted. Yes. So there you go. Matt Hardy following up and just confirming, and he would fucking know Silva was brought in there not to be like, oh, the Rascals, and we got a fucking match with AJ
The
Styles.
best guy is Tony Khan.
I don't know why I hit Tony Khan there, but, you know, he wasn't brought in to do that shit. He was brought in to just make them money and fucking get them out of debt before they try and sell the fucking thing. So it would be nice. Anthem would like to get rid of that debt, be profitable, and then sell the shit off, because then it's worth way fucking more on the upswing. And then they actually like make money off the flip. Or we also don't know like how much the Aspers have like sunk into it. Like we don't know, right? Like obviously if the 30 million from AMC didn't get them out of the debt, let's say the debt was 50 million or whatever the rumors are, it's not like, well, they paid off 30 million of it. No, they did take some of it, I'm sure, and put it back into the company, but I'm sure they took some and padded their bank accounts a little bit, because that's what you do. And then you also play, like you also keep the debt there in order to like get certain breaks on certain taxes and business moves and stuff like that. So it's all about the game and how you play it. It's all this billionaire shit that we're all just like, can someone rich just give me 500K and I'll, you know what I mean? We're all just like, what the fuck? I fucking rent my place. I would like, I've been working my fucking ass off my whole life. What the fuck? The economy's in the shit. We're all like worrying about 30 million. I mean, that ain't shit, really. It's so funny. It's so funny. So we move along here. And so Tommy Dreamer made some statements, and I guess the word is that Tommy Dreamer's statements are not accurate. Dreamer did not want to build contenders, and in fact had control of who got pushed. So he had control of who is getting pushed. So that's why earlier in the show, Time Cop, we talked about these people accusing Dreamer of shit, and it's like, well, maybe they legit were worried because they're on the indies and they want to get a job at TNA, you know? The belief is the culture will change for the better backstage there. The feeling is that the booking and creative wasn't good and change was needed, especially with the bigger platform of AMC this year. So he was at the helm of it, man. Maybe Road Dogg, Diggity Dog. Maybe him and Delirious can turn the whole thing around and they're doing 400,000 viewers. Who fucking knows? It's not like they're falling off completely, but TNA is discussing adding another championship to its lineup. Sources indicate the current concept is a women's mid-card title with a women's tournament also planned for July. I say don't do it. Don't do it, man. Everybody's got too many fucking titles, you know. Just
You
don't
what?
do it. That's sexist. Okay, sorry, but you have your Knockouts title. You had Tessa Blanchard having matches that didn't need a title, and they were singles women's feuds that were over. You have your tag titles. Like, people don't understand. Adding more women's titles is more participation trophies. Okay? You don't fucking need to do that. But anyways, I just thought this is funny because it's very Canadian, okay? And I don't know if you guys have Sandmans. Are there Sandman hotels in the USA? Or is Sandman just a Canadian thing? Okay, there are Sandmans in the US, but it is a Canadian-based hotel group. But they have several premium US locations, primarily in Texas and California. Well, let me tell you this right now, bud. Sandman hotels are rough, buddy. Oh my God. Dude, in fucking Canada, Sandman hotels are fucking rough. Okay.
Exactly, no pop.
And they got some pretty shitty ratings. Look up like Sandman hotel review ratings and shit. They're probably mostly 3 and below. And the last time I went to a Sandman was fucking years ago. Okay. And I remember the water slide was shitty. Yeah, it was years ago. I actually don't really remember it. Maybe I'll give them another chance. No. But your boy Phil has sworn off Sandmans and have never returned in like a decade. But TNA Wrestling is proud to welcome Sandman Hotel Group as the official hotel partner of 2026 TNA Canada Tour. Fans will have the chance to win an exclusive sweepstakes featuring a 3-night stay at a Sandman Hotel, dining, gift cards, and signed Hardy Brothers memorabilia. Stay tuned for full contest details and join us as we bring the action of TNA Wrestling to Brampton, Edmonton, and Calgary through 26. It's funny because I don't know. I would just be like, can I not get the 3 nights at the Sandman and just take like a cash prize, the equivalent in fucking cash? Oh my goodness. So people were making Sandman memes as well, like the wrestlers. So TNA Slammiversary is coming up. Okay, guys, and all the titles are on the line. They're even talking about debuting some other titles. And as you guys can see here, we got 369. Damn, you're fine. Gonna suck it to me one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low to the window, to the wall, yeah, to this way. So, Slammiversary is this Sunday. And it's on at 3 p.m. Eastern. And I think it overlaps for a little bit with NXT Great American Bash. And then obviously that will overlap a little bit with Forbidden Door. We are going to preview Slammiversary here. So we have the Elegance brand versus Rosemary and Allie for the Knockouts titles. Now, I think Allie and Rosemary will get the dub, although the Elegance brand, I like them. And I'm all good if they are draped in gold. I'm all or silver, I guess. I'm all down with that. Sosa is there to fight Eric Young. Now, obviously, Sosa is going to get the win, and this is huge for Sosa. Bang, bang. Sosa. And this is huge for him to be on this pay-per-view. And also just getting a dub over Eric Young. He's a vet. He'll learn him a lot while he's in there. And that's sort of Eric Young's role right now. You put people over. And I just don't know if like this is the most compelling matchup, but it is what it is. AJ Francis is taking on Elijah. Again, it's always money with Top Dollar. Elijah is looking shredded. They've been telling a story. And it's very WWE-ish. And AJ Francis is like, I own the rights to Elias or Elijah, and I own the rights to this and all of this shit. So it is what it is. They're doing the damn thing. AJ Francis, there's no fluke. It's not a fluke that he's on every fucking pay-per-view. He's on every card. There's a reason for that. Eddie Edwards takes on Moose. Like System versus X System or whatever. I mean, that's the most TNA matchup. Those guys are fucking bleeding TNA through and through. I don't really care about this matchup. I don't know. I'm not the biggest like Eddie Edwards fan. I've always said that. I like Moose, but then you have Lei Ying Lee, Xia Lee, taking on Xia Brookside. For the Knockouts title, and I think Lee will retain. Again, I'm not locking in my picks yet. I'll do that the night of. I think Lee will, or the day of, I guess, will retain, but if they did put it on Brookside, I mean, it's just like she doesn't need it yet, but then again, like, well, when does someone need it? Shake things up. You know, and Brookside rules, but I just think they're kind of still building her up. Like she just kind of split off and is like making a name for herself truly. So we'll see with that. Mustafa Ali has an open challenge. So will that be the ex-WWE guy? Like someone's going to show up. They signed somebody or they're bringing someone in for a one-off. And we'll see what happens. I'm assuming there's a former WWE talent who will be there. I'm assuming it'll be something to do with Ali. So the System are taking on the Hardys and are taking on the Righteous in a 3-way ladder match, which of course will turn into TLC. Like, I'm sure tables and shit will get involved. And of course, this is what TNA does. This is what every Fed does. The Hardys have done this with numerous other tag teams to get them over. The Bucks, the Wolves, Bubba and Devon did the fucking TLC with they did it with the Wolves, and they fucking, like, this is what you do. You take these tag teams and whatever, the Hardys, the Dudleys, whatever Fed they're in, the Hardys did it with the Bucks and ROH. Tone is going to do this shit. Like, Dave was fantasy Mark booking this, but he was actually just stooging it. Then he was listening to PWT and Fears Phil Marks and went on his fucking show and was like, I didn't actually know this. I was just assuming it would be just the most specific match ever, a 3-way TLC for the fucking tag titles. Like, okay, Dave, we know Tone told you what was going to happen. But yeah, Slammiversary getting to it before All In, right? The Hardys versus the Righteous versus the System. I could see Brian and Bear, Myers and Bronson getting the fucking belts here. It could be the Righteous's time, or this is a way you have the Hardys retained so that there's a Hardy party at the big event and they don't have to pin anyone, then they can eventually get pinned. But I think the Hardys have had the titles for long enough to where if you just put it on the Righteous for a bit, like, any of these teams could win these shits, but I think it would work good for Myers and Bear, the System. I think that would be the way to go. And so the Ultimate X match, so far there's 7 guys in it, which means a mystery guy, knowing TNA, a mystery guy could show up for that match too. Okay, Fabian Eichner. We have this guy. What the fuck's his name? Elegance, Mr. Elegance. We have Amazing Red. We have Cedric Alexander. We have Slater. We have Navarro, and we have Kazarian. So I could see Navarro pulling this off. I don't think Red will get it, even though he's returning for this show. I just think that's like to pop the crowd because it's Slammiversary. I don't think Kazarian needs it. Slater's obviously out of there and going to WWE. So he ain't going to win it. Elegance, again, I just don't think he needs a title. Eichner maybe could steal it. Alexander, it's always a possibility right now, especially with like the whole System, like his whole run that he's on and shit. So we'll see. Like, it's an interesting match because anybody could really win this, but I just don't think Slater or Kazarian or Elegance are going to win it. But the other guys possibly. I don't think Red will either. But if he did, don't be shocked because they like gave him that vignette, and it is Amazing Red. And even if he just held it for a short time, had some matches with some guys, well, they sort of established a couple guys. Who knows? Maybe Amazing Red isn't even going to be there for a while, but he's a TNA OG. And then you have Santana versus Nemeth. And again, I think even if Santana was staying in the company, but we know he's going to WWE. It's been spoiled and stooged, and he's going there. I think Nemeth would still win the shit. I think the plan all along was Nemeth will eventually take it from Santana, and then even if the feud continued or the story continued and down the line they met each other again, I think that's just where you go with it. Nemeth was a net positive as champion, and it's just sort of time to get him back in that position because we know he can make people. And Santana's great, but if his deal's coming up, and I believe it is, he will be an NXT / I bet they'll start him in NXT for a bit, but he'll make his way to the main roster. He'll be in AAA and shit like that. So I think Santana drops that title. And it's in Boston. Get in the car. Head to Boston at the Garden. Okay? And check that out. And they added more seats. So I don't know how many they fucking sold, but not a lot, though, I don't think, for this Slammiversary. Like, I think it's like 2,000 people or some shit. So we'll see. But that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news and the Slammiversary preview. Santana will be NXT bound. Also, Enzo will show up in some capacity so he can get back in WWE shape. No, I don't think he'll show up. Fascism Fabian will have a good showing. Eddie Slapnuts Edwards. No overlap with TNA. No Bash is 7. Okay, so there's no overlap with Bash, and okay, well, that's perfect for me. That's way better because then I have to juggle less screens, you know? All right, so let's get into, guys. We have a bunch more shit to get into. I'm just seeing if there's anything that has broke since we've been on the air that I need to discuss. So let me bookmark this, guys. And guys, while I bookmark these things, you know, you must be reminded that it is Lincoln Hawk's birthday, and with that, I mean Chris Jericho. Quarantine is so goated, dude. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWE news. So we have quite a bit to get into. Speaking of getting into, Saraya got into the Guinness Book of World Records. Here's her certificate for being the youngest Divas champion in history. And speaking of which, Natty earned her 7th Guinness World Record after defeating Jada Parker, Miss Parker. So Ringside News, I think they list her accolades here. And I may have bookmarked a video of her receiving her last record here. I don't think so. No, I did not. Okay, fair enough. We'll just read it. Shout out Ringside News. So she just added another one, Guinness World Record, most submission wins of any man or woman in WWE history. That's fucking crazy. So shout out the boat for just being a beast. Like, say what you will about her, whether she's fallen off or you're a fan or you never been a fan, or you know, you think she stinks, you think Shooter Natty sucks, whatever, or you love it. You can never take that away from her. More subs than anybody. The fucking Hoist Gracie or the Charles Oliveira rather of WWE. So speaking of photo ops here, huge congratulations by People Magazine to Trick Williams and Lash Legend, who got married this past Saturday. Look at the lovely couple. Lash, a future world champion. Again, people hate on fucking Lash. I don't think too many people hate on her, though, but friend of the show, JJ Alexander, fucking trashes her, man. And I'm like, she's so good, dude. I don't get it. I don't get how people don't, if anybody doesn't see it in her, like, she is a future multi-time world champion without question. Speaking of the future, into the future, Big Time Wrestling has announced that the men's WWE ID champion Chaz Starboy Hall has been pulled from his match with Aaron Solo, Camarato, Solo, Lo Piccolo, at their Misery Business event on July 17, and has been replaced by AEW's Matt Sydal. So due to contractual obligations, Starboy Charlie is no longer able to appear at Misery Business. And you have to wonder if this shit has anything to do with any AEW connections. I mean, I would not throw that theory out of question entirely, right? So, speaking of throwing things out, WWE have put up for sale a steel chair used in the 2022 Women's War Games match. So let's read the description here. The first Women's War Games match on WWE's main event roster needed a weapon that looked as unforgiving as the stipulation sounded. Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Asuka, Mia Yim, and the returning Becky Lynch beat Damage Control, Nikki Cross, and Rhea Ripley at Survivor Series 22, closing a months-long fight with steel all around them. This authentic match used steel chair comes from that Women's War Games match. No autograph has to dress it up. Becky came back, the cage held, and the chair took its share of the damage. And people just quickly pointed out that this chair, there was no chair, is not real, and it looks in pristine condition. Like, if that's really a picture of this chair, I mean, there's a little fucking dent right here. Some dent would have bought this shit too. Okay? And thank God the IWC called this out. Now, I mean, this is just a clerical error. This isn't like burying WWE. Maybe they thought they could scheme and scam and get away with it. I don't know. I say send them all to prison. Everybody who no, I'm joking. But yeah, they logged this incorrectly and they removed it. So there was an update. They removed this chair from being for sale. But yeah, there was no chair used in the match. So pretty funny that had happened. So WWE and AAA are actively working to get Perros by Cartel de Santa for Perros del Mal. On Member Monday, become a member for only 99 cents and get access to all the bonus shows I do on weekly. And on Member Monday, I broke down the whole AAA show and Perros del Mal. We went through some of their history and whatnot. And we talked about Daga. We also talked about Raw. And I think, did I talk about SmackDown? Maybe that was last week or whatever. I forget. Yeah, it was on Saturday. But we talked about Raw, and I reviewed Raw that went down in the UK. So check that out if you're interested. But this faction fucking rules. Obviously, this is a faction where they're resurrecting it. Of course, they were in CMLL. They were white hot. Then they went and started their own Fed. Like straight up the way Eric Bischoff wanted to do NWO Nitro and then WCW Thunder or whatever. Perros del Mal went and started their own fucking Fed. That guy, I forget his name. I'll butcher it when I try to say it. Paraguay, what was it? Paraguay Jr. or whatever. The guy that died in the ring with Rey Mysterio. He famously was in the faction. I think he started it. His family gave the blessings for them to use this shit. And this faction then joined AAA, and in that version of it, I pointed out on the member show that Taya Valkyrie joined the faction, a blonde-haired Canadian lady like Carmen Petrovich. So some people are mad at this, and the Garza's, I think, dad or uncle or whatever the fuck, one of their dads, one of their uncles, or however the fuck their family tree works out, because they're cousins, right? One of the Garzas was in the OG version. Daga joined the original AAA version of it, so he's like sort of the leader. And then you have Bronco Nemo, who's just a heater. And I love the look of this faction. The Garzas have potential to break out as their own guys again. And Daga is a big deal. And they're trying to get that theme music. And these shirts, I guess, sold like hotcakes. Dave Meltzer was like, it was like the Stone Cold shirts back in the day, Brian. And again, I was fantasy Phil Mark booksing. Like, hey, they should have the LWO show up and treat them like a new heel version of them and treat them like the NWO in AAA. That would be perfect. Well, they essentially have a similar thing in Perros del Mal. So there you go. They listen to PWT confirmed. Undertaker's listening. It's confirmed. But that song bangs. Hopefully they get it. And for the people mad at like Carmen Petrovich being in the group, well, Taya Valkyrie was in the group. Blonde-haired Canadian lady. Exact same thing. The Garza's fucking uncle or whatever, grandpa, was in the fucking faction. Or no, he was in the OG LWO. So be mad about that, you know? Anyways, we move along, and I hope that they procure that song, right? So speaking of luchas, WWE now has the original El Grande Americano listed in the alumni section on the roster page. So original El Grande done. I mean, what a fucking payoff. It is absolutely an impactful gimmick that should be just benched now. It had its moment. Gable took the mask off. You have the real El Grande, which I guess original is the real El Grande, but this is just a shelved gimmick, and Gable can whip it out at conventions and whip it out in the future. Maybe they do a gimmick battle royal, or when he does his Hall of Fame speech in 10 years, or when he fucking, shows up as a veteran, or he's managing some fucking group of amateur shooter style wrestlers in the future or something, he'll put on the mask and they'll make it a fucking storyline or something. He'll pass the mask down or some shit. And it can be like the way Sin Cara had Sin Cara Negro, or they had El Clone, right? And hologram El Clone. Like every pentagon, octagon, every great lucha has like their clone imitator. Jushin Liger, Super Liger. Shout out Chris Jericho, right? But yeah, Chad Gable right there is already in the alumni section while he works there. What a boss, like a boss. Speaking of hokey, wild, silly gimmicks, over on Evolve, this promo debuted tonight, and I love this whole fucking Battlestar Galactica, Marvel Cinematic Universe, alien type fucking Alien versus Predator versus Terminator type fucking weirdo gimmick that this chick is doing, The Unknown. And she's just calling herself The Unknown. And she does have a first name, Vanta or Vantana or whatever, The Unknown. But this is exactly the way they need to go with this. And again, Undertaker potential. Okay? I feel like we talked about Undertaker a lot this show. But Undertaker potential as far as, even if you're looking at this right now and you're like, this is hokey and fucking stupid, so is The Undertaker. It struck fear in people, though. It's about suspending your disbelief. This is some weird fucking alien chick who came from the future or something. That's what it's giving off. And it's some Star Trek villain shit or something, I don't know, but it fucking works for me. And Undertaker's a zombie, so if you're willing to accept, like, here's an Undertaker who's like a zombie, he's like a dead guy, but he's not really dead, and he's dressed like fucking some shit out of Spirit Halloween, then this has the potential for that as well. And it's not often, like, yes, we see outside of the box gimmicks like Danhausen. You got to play it silly. Joe Hendry, got to play it kind of silly. Even El Grande, it started off completely silly. So fucking silly. They were using AI to tell the story. So yes, they use outlandish gimmicks and out there gimmicks. WWE's always done that. But this is very much like, okay, this could be something. This is like a Bray Wyatt, and I'm not saying for the spookiness of it, right? But in that vein. Like, we can get really creative with this, and if people buy in, and if her skills there, and if she can deliver. So shout out Tubi, shout out WWE Evolve, and shout out TKO and all you motherfuckers. I'm gonna play this. Pause.
I am what you fear most. I am your anxiety. I am your depression. I am death itself.
So she's the incarnation, the living embodiment of all the negative feelings you feel.
I am the voice that keeps you awake at night. The nightmare you can't wake up from. Evolve will fear the unknown. It's too late to
And I think she's an NIL recruit, if I'm not mistaken.
prepare. I'm already here. You can't plan for the unknown. You can't escape the unknown.
This is what I like, dude. Running through the forest, you can't escape. Like, this is you could make a movie where this bitch is chasing like super soldiers, and they're like, why is this chick beating us up? And it's like, she's an android from the future who came from the past, though. Or so, you fucking, she just straight looks like a super villain out of some sci-fi shit. I love it.
When your breath tremors, when you drown in the ice-cold constriction of your despair, when all hope of salvation has left you, that's when the unknown strikes. Strach sigdada. Fear is always near. Fear the unknown.
Yeah, dude. And it's like, is she an android? Is she a fucking alien? Is she both? Is she like some biomechanical robotics meets biology? Some weird shit. She's like the androids, one of the androids from Dragon Ball Z. Bro, she could be a Dragon Ball Z villain. That's what it is, dude. She could absolutely, it's like anime villain shit. I love it. So shout her out. Speaking of Evolve, though, Nikita Lyons, our favorite here at PWT, the greatest diss track artist since Nas. She is the Evolve champion, and she deserves it. I don't give a fuck what anybody has to say. She has lost weight, because I know people call her heifer, and people fucking make fun of how big, and like, I never hated on her look. She's thick, but she's lost weight, if that's your criticism. She has, objectively, you can see it in her build, how she moves around the ring, and whatever. I only fat shame Asuka. Everybody else, I'm only ageist here at PWT, okay? No, I'm joking, but for all the people out there who are like, she's too thick, she needs to lose weight, well, she did that, and she's way crispier in the ring. She's way more dialed in and locked in. She isn't just like, I'm not trying to hate on anybody for being themselves in wrestling, but for instance, like, take Goldust. Dustin Rhodes is the complete opposite of Goldust in real life, right? But that outlandish character, like, he was able to elevate it. With Nikita, she comes out there, she's kickboxing, she's shadow boxing, she's dressed like Laura Croft, she's doing nunchucks, but she's also dancing, but then she's also rapping and singing, and she's also twerking like mid-match. She spams like 4 taunts. She's like stopping that, and she's actually way better in the ring than she was. And so I'm glad she's the Evolve champ, and we'll see her on the main roster one day. And I hope they continue this faction they got going on in NXT with Natty and all of that. People are calling it a faction. Who even really knows if it's fully a fucking faction? But Natty taking Nikita under her wing, that's a good thing, So we'll see where that all leads to. Speaking of where things will lead to, Cody Rhodes appeared on the Ariel Helwani show today, and he didn't say anything too controversial. Very tame interview, but he did say a couple interesting things. So Cody Rhodes says that he believes there's no one better at booking WWE shows than Triple H. So that's his opinion, and I mean, he may be onto something. I think it's a hard thing to balance, especially when you're trying to please TKO corporate overlords and you're trying to please the people whose boots are on the ground. Like, a lot of people think Triple H just like doesn't give a fuck about any of the wrestlers. Like, dude, he was there night in and night out, wrestling everywhere. Like, he knows what it's like. So Rhodes thinks he's the best. If it wasn't for Rhodes, there'd be no fucking AEW. AEW was vastly more popular when Rhodes was there. So that has to say, if you're a fucking sicko who's like, no, Triple H sucks, then that has to speak volumes, no? If you're a TK Glazer, the only reason AEW exists is because this guy right here, and he thinks Triple H is the best for booking WWE. And he probably is. So, like, who do you guys want? Vince back? I mean, here's the thing. I'm not even against Vince being back. But if Vince came back, I'm honestly not. Like, at this point, they're settling in private and all this shit. Like, okay, so if he just gave her $3 million, this wouldn't have even been a thing. Not saying he didn't use his power. Again, I went over this for hours earlier. Fucking use your power in positions. It's never a good thing, of course. But, I mean, come on, man. What are we going to fucking... Are we going to kink shame Vince? I know I have more than anybody. But I'm just saying this creatively, remove all of the controversy. Like, if Vince came back just creatively and to run the business, I wouldn't even be like opposed to his ideas being woven in to what they're doing. I mean, he was responsible for bringing Rhodes back in. He was responsible for the bloodline shit. Say what you will. He was responsible for all that. I mean, Paul Heyman largely was, as he revealed on Chris Van Vliet. Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet did an interview with Heyman. Again, nothing like too crazy was revealed, but I implore you all to check it out. And Heyman did say, like, he directly pitched Vince and was like, he has to be the tribal chief. He can't be the big dog. So, again, did Vince come up with all that shit? Fuck no. But was he the one who said, was the filter, and the buck stopped with him and he went, okay, let's do that? Yes. So that means he had an eye for something. He can still get the big time shit over. Vince sees the big time spectacle shit. I think Triple H, if you just look at WWE as like consistency, balancing the PLE roster and the TV roster, putting on solid shows, scouting talent, these sorts of things, I think he's spot on. I think Vince, though, understands like that we need the mega match. Yeah. Hogan versus Andre. People have already seen it. Fuck it, pal. We'll draw 100,000. Yeah. Get Cyndi Lauper in here. You know? So Cody Rhodes, though, he talks about who the current face of WWE is. And he says, I'm the face and the neck tattoo of WWE. So let's take a listen.
Are you the face of WWE, Cody?
I would say the face of WWE is whoever you as a fan, and not Ariel, you as a broadcast journalist or someone in the media scope and a fan of wrestling yourself, but specifically you as a fan. Whoever you deem the face of WWE is the face of WWE. And the beautiful thing now,
what a fucking politically cringe answer.
Now is the candidates are more than two, maybe even more than five. There's a lot of people with a great following who you see all their merchandise all over the shows, but also you can hear their reactions, not just in
it's Rhodes and Roman. Those are the two faces of the company.
The arenas, but amongst our hearts.
Yes, is Punk there? Absolutely, he is. He's a face. Is Rollins there? Yup, he's great. He's over. He's fucking, everyone loves him. Is Rhea Ripley a star and shit? Yup. I'm sorry, the faces are fucking Rhodes and Roman.
Hardcore fans who are out there watching everything we do. So to me, the face of WWE is whoever as a fan you think is the face.
And they're polar opposites. That's why it works that way too. It's like history fucking, or time just has a way of working these things out. The universe does, where it's like, you know, look at Rock Austin. Polar opposites. A beer drinking Texan, what? Bald-headed white guy with a goatee. And then The Rock was fucking a black Samoan dude with a fade wearing sunglasses, and, you know, the two most over motherfuckers. And then with Rhodes, it's like you got this blonde-haired, slick-back, blonde-haired white boy, and then you got a fucking tatted-up Samoan with dark features. Tall, dark man. And fucking, there you go. And the ladies melt over him and shit. And Rhodes is like the white meat. Oh, I love everybody. And Roman's like, I don't give a fuck about anybody but my family. They're just polar opposites. You know what I mean?
Face of WWE. I am glad if any fans think that, and I treat that as a big responsibility.
Okay, so you turned the tables on me there.
I did.
Allow me to do the same to you. So who do you think is the face?
Shouldn't even have to think about it. Stop politicking, dude. QB1 is what you call yourself. And he's going to say I'm the face, but he just does that acting, that phony Cody Rhodes acting shit where he's like, "Oh, tough question."
That's tricky, and I don't want to insult anybody, but I also don't want to not answer your question. So, could I do a grouping?
Sure.
You know what? Actually, I've changed my mind.
Yes.
Yeah, good, because it's like, can I do a grouping? I don't want to insult anybody. Well, you just said you don't want to insult anybody, so by doing a grouping, that's insulting because you're not just saying who you think it is.
Grouping, because confidence is a huge part of what you do, and particularly when you have the chip, when you have the WWE Championship, which is still the richest prize in all the game. I'm going to go ahead and say it on your show as someone who's played darts with you before. I am the face of WWE.
You feel that in your heart. I do believe that you feel that, but I think sometimes it's hard for people to actually say it in your position.
I think I don't know if I feel that in my heart. I know that there are times when it's so ironic to me, particularly my family, having fought against WWE with Jim Crockett Promotions, my own personal journey about leaving and then coming back. There's such an irony in even being WWE champion for the better part of the last 2 years. I think you're safe if you say Roman Reigns is. You're safe if you say Rhea Ripley is. If you say CM Punk is. Liv Morgan.
Literally all the people I said.
And if you say those names, those seem to be safe names. WWE is in really great hands right now because the roster is so experienced and so connected with our audience, which I can hear. Oba Femi is walking to the ring right now, and I can hear the people doing the Oba chant with him, and that alone, that's Oba's fresh. Just that happening is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, shout out Oba. Oba's going to be the face, the ruler of WWE. So we have SmackDown spoilers, kind of, and I'm sorry to spoil anything, guys. SmackDown was taped. And so if you don't want spoilers, plug your ears, cover your eyes. I'm not spoiling the whole show. I'm not going to go over it all. But I just have some fan footage because a bunch of the fans pointed out that WWE's fucking up. SmackDown drew like no people. AEW outdrew them in the O2 the last time AEW was there. And a lot of people are saying, well, it's because of the World Cup. It's because soccer. Okay, maybe. I mean, the argument of other sports, like I've said this a million times. Most WWE fans are also sports fans and are not fans of AEW. So most WWE fans aren't fans of AEW, and they are fans of other sports. Most AEW fans are fans of WWE and aren't fans of other sports. And I'll die on that hill. Maybe we can conduct a study, but I will die on that fucking hill. Okay? Especially if Dave wants to make believe the ratings and all of this stuff, then especially like when you only see, playoffs are on, AEW's down 200K viewers from the week before, but there was tough competition from playoffs, then how many were watching on Max? You know, so especially if you want to play, there's a bunch of people watching on Max, then those cannot be other sports fans if they're choosing to watch random shit collisions or whatever over that. So anyways, one thing, here's some fan cam footage that Blake Monroe debuts on SmackDown in her home of the UK. And people said the show was boring. The crowd was flat. We're going to get into it. It seemed pretty hot for this. WWE did like 7K. I guess AEW did like 11K when they were there at the O2 last time. And a lot of people are like, well, it's just because of the football. And so Blake shows up and she attacks Julia, which fucking rules. And then she does this move, the neutralizer. She does a Gotch style forward face buster. I called it the cootralizer on Twitter. I thought that was funny. And if it was a guy, you could call it the goochrealizer if you're trying to be funny. But yeah, female doing it, so it's the cootralizer. And that rules, dude. Blake versus Julia. They're about to go Stardom fucking strong style on your bitch asses. So we move along here. And this guy, Sierran WWE fan, he goes, "This is the worst attended WWE TV taping in London in some time. High ticket prices, poor product, and England playing are all reasons, I reckon." So England was playing. So how many people, like, they asked permission so that after this SmackDown was done, they asked permission from FIFA, and FIFA gave them permission to play England versus Ghana, I believe, on the fucking screens after this show. Now, this guy's taking a video after SmackDown was done, or while people were filing in. I don't know when this is from, but clearly this isn't from the show itself. It wasn't this entry. But like, if you were choosing, like, they had the tarps out in full, and if you were choosing to attend this over like going to some footy match, a footy game of football, bruv. Okay, if you were going and to SmackDown instead of attending some football watch party, then you're for sure a goddamn mark. No, it's fine. Like, I'm a mark. I would do that. I don't watch soccer, but like, you're a wacko. You know? And so a lot of them were like, damn, that's fucking cooked. Like, how poor people. But it's crazy that like 3K likes and shit. Like, obviously this wasn't when SmackDown was on the air. This is either after or before, which is fine. But this guy here, Jet Set Willie, goes, WWE SmackDown at the O2 is probably the worst wrestling show I've ever been to, and it's mostly empty. Now, this guy got felted because people just pointed out, they were like, buddy, I guess on his account, he just fucking hates on WWE all the time. So, you know, like, here's a guy who just in 2026 alone is like, I give up watching WrestleMania. It's so boring. It's putting me to sleep. I'm off to bed. Sami Zayn is so boring, and I hate his entrance theme. Rusev must be so happy getting a jobber entrance at WrestleMania. So other people were like pulling up his tweets about WWE. So this is a guy who, I don't know what it is, but he doesn't like soccer, and he's willing to pay the overpriced amount to go watch WWE, but then he's just like hate watching it and abusing himself. Like, that's some sicko shit. Right? So like, fuck that guy. But look, it is Tarpamania. Like, his picture does speak volumes. They had to move people to the hard cam side now. Again, I never fucking really cared. Like, okay, WWE in the past had to hard cam side, tarp off the hard cam side and shit. Like, this isn't anything new. People do this in wrestling. But the problem with AEW is that, like, again, the fans just want to compare it to fucking WWE. If people were just honest about what it was, and it's like a super indie, and it doesn't need to challenge, and it doesn't need to be WWE, it just is what it is, and it leans into being unique in its own thing. This is the problem too. Everybody wants to go, oh, it's an alternative. No, bitch. They want the same fucking thing. Like, they want to sit there and go, we have energy drink and tequila brands, and we're number 2, and we broke the record, and we are fucking beating WWE, and we're a challenger brand, and John Cena didn't draw a million, and da-da-da-da-da. So you guys want it to be the norm. You guys want it to be the mainstream. You guys want it to conform and not be the true alternative like an ECW was. You guys want it to be WWE. That's always been my contention. And I said it from the beginning. You guys are clowning the hard cam sides. Okay. And it is funny when you see Mox standing there talking to a mostly empty building. It's fucking hilarious when you go to a Dynamite and everybody's flocked to one side. Now, this happened here too, but there are still, like, I mean, this whole quadrant of the hard cam side is full, and then they have some people scattered around there. And this happens in wrestling. I don't think it's that big of an L. And if the World Cup is on and you want to use that as an excuse, okay, that makes sense. Like WWE had to ask permission. They wanted permission to show the game after this show, because anybody coming to this, you got to be appreciative of any hooligan showing up to this instead of like attending some watch party or being over involved in the, like, I'm surprised there's this many fucking wrestling fans even showed up to a show at the same time as an England match. A footy. But again, when you make fun of the hard cam side for AEW for so long, as soon as any shit like this happens, WWE is going to get raped for it too, right? Like, that's all that, just to be blunt about it. It's just going to happen, you know? So you just got to put over the fact it's still 7,000 people. I thought SmackDown was dead, you know? And people said it was just a boring ass show, whatever. This guy here posts what went down with Seth Rollins after the show, and he, spoiler alert, he teamed up with Obafemi, I think, and he says, "Long live the Queen," and it's an epic failure because the Queen is dead. Bitch. So.
Well, from the ruler and the visionary, long live the Queen. Go England!
They're laughing at him. Long live the Queen. She fucking is dead, buddy. She's been dead for a minute. You fucking dumbass.
Wrestling's not fake!
Jesus Christ. So people did pay a premium for this just to hate on it. And people were pointing out that AEW drew more last time they were there, okay? But it wasn't the World Cup. And I'm pretty sure they're bragging about all the cheap tickets and shit. And you got to see Oba and Seth Rollins. That's fucking amazing. That's worth top-notch pricing. But yeah, WWE will have to configure their prices a little bit for sure. I agree. Wrestling overall is in a bit of a lull right now. But compared to what? We're just all yearning for that next, like, fuck, we need a CM Punk MJF storyline. Fuck, we need a CM Punk Drew, or like a fucking Roman, Cody Rhodes, Roman bloodline. Like, we need something hot again. Something's got to catch fire. We need another El Grande, especially because the El Grande shit just ended. It's like, fuck, there's nothing like really just hitting at a level where everyone's like, oh shit, you know? And people are split on the Judgment Day stuff. Like, I'm really into it. I always have been. I've always said, dude, Judgment Day for years now has been the most consistent thing on Raw. So we move along here. Julia took on Kiana in the main event. And then Blake came out. We saw that. And people are getting moved to fill the empty seats on the hard cam side. And I mean, yeah, you're going to fucking roast AEW for the hard cam side being empty. The same thing's going to happen to WWE. Just my word of advice to the wackos. It's better if you just, okay, it's 7K people. That's what Forbidden Door's doing. So, and that's fucking 4 companies have to team up to do what one company does during the World Cup. Who cares, you know? And the prices are fucking really expensive. That's how you felt, people. You don't like spurg out and melt down. And no, WWE is still, but what about AEW? You don't even have to do that. Speaking of shit you ain't got to do, Ren Sinclair, Maddie Renkowski, she does not have to bless our timelines every Wednesday, but she does. It is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into Wednesday.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. And today we have a special guest, my girl. My second best friend. Give her a good introduction. Put your hands together. She's beautiful. So,
thank God it wasn't Kendall Gray.
honor
Kendall Gray rules, but not on Wednesday.
of my first PLE debut singles match, whatever, however you want to say it, we are going to be coming up with a game plan today. And I thought, what better way to do it than Speedy? So hear me out. Let me put this down for a second so we can go and we can talk about this, okay?
Let's talk about it.
So,
Shout out her Chucky doll.
So that's the game plan to retain the Speed title. Y'all got that?
That reminded me of like Lunette the Clown. Who made this big mess? Was it me? It's time for the 10-second cleanup or the 10-second tidy or whatever. You guys ever see that show, Big Comfy Couch? There is lots to doodle do. And yeah, Lunette the Clown would like, they do a fast like where she cleans up the fucking living room or whatever, and it's like a speed round at the end of every episode, and she would like hold up her trinkets like, oh, here's a broom, and it just reminded me of that for some reason. So let's preview, guys. And well, that was WWE news, okay? That was Wednesday and WWE official news. This isn't really news. We're previewing some cards. So the NXT Great American Bash card, guys, it's got 7 matches. Now, I've heard that allegedly WWE's looking to add a little more wrestling to some of these shows. Who knows how long this thing's going to go with 7 matches, right? Or a couple of these going to be really short. We know the speed match will be 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever the fuck. Shiloh Hill takes on Mr. NXT, Tristan Angels. 2 up-and-comers. Hopefully they have a good match. I'm a fan of Shiloh Hill. I don't know who's going to win this. The Speed Women's Championship. You have Ariana Grande. No, I'm just joking. But you have our girl Wednesday. Ren Sinclair, Maddie Renkowski, defending her Speed title. And again, I think... How long do those championship versions go? 5 minutes? I don't recall exactly. But Ariana Grace is taking on Ren Sinclair. So I'm going Ren will retain. Then you have Zarya versus Tatum. Tatum should get called up to the main roster. Tatum is my favorite women's wrestler, I think, right now. She is just the fucking best. She's so fucking good. She's just so good. Okay. Zarya's tremendous as well. Zarya's going to retain. I hope she beats Tatum, and I hope Tatum goes up to the main roster. Tatum would fucking be so good on the main. She's ready. She's just a cool wrestler. She found her like kind of goth girl, punk, emo gimmick, but it's like different than just like overly leaning into the gothicness of it. She gives Paige vibes, and she's just my favorite. Her and I like Zarya a lot, but Renkowski, those are like my 2 favorites. So Tatum, Paxley to the main roster, please. And then you have the gentlemen who were in the group. What were they called again? Dion Lennox and Shaquan Sugars, who's just he's so good on the mic. He's so believable. What the fuck was their group called again? Dark State? Dark State, I think. Yeah. So anyways, they are throwing down in a singles match. I don't know, man. Shaquan is that dude. Sugars is that dude. So I'm just pulling for him. And then we have, who else do we have? Miles Bourne. Okay, is taken on Tavion Heights, and again, 5 title matches, and then Slammiversary, every title, and then AEW I don't even know if there's a bunch of title matches on Forbidden Door. I don't think there is because it's Forbidden Door, but another title match, man, like all the belts. So the North American title, Bourne versus Heights, I could see Heights winning this. But Bourne, he's got that rocket ship strapped to him as far as NXT is concerned. Tony D'Angelo versus Evil, Naraku for the title, I guess is the main event. Well, I guess I won't skip over. Lola Vice versus Kendall Gray for the women's championship. WWE likes to 50-50 book motherfuckers. So, because Kendall Gray wasn't she just Nikita just beat her, right? For the title? Did Nikita Lyons just beat Gray for the Evolve title? Right? That's who she beat tonight. So Nikita Lyons, yeah. No, Wendy Chu, sorry. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, it's someone else. Yeah, because Wendy won that shit as the veteran there of Evolve. When is going to be her time, dude? We're talking about main roster. When the fuck is Chu going to get up to the main roster? But again, I don't watch Evolve like ever. I watched like the first one or two, and then I was like, I don't know. NXT is already too much developmental / I guess there is some veteran overlap, which they haven't evolved. But either way, Kendall, who recently, though, did have that title and fucking lost it. I think they could just strap her up and then Lola could spend more time in AAA. Like Priest is down there. Who knows? But I could see like Vice getting the dub over Kendall and then Vice carrying it a little further along and then Kendall beats her because that's just kind of how WWE does shit. But at Great American Bash, Kendall Gray might be Kurt Angle maxing. And if she comes out dressed, she teased that she's going to come out dressed in some Kurt Angle shit. So I could see them strapping her up. Now, another guy who I'm very positive is going to get strapped up. I believe that Naraku Evil is going to win the NXT title. Now, Tony D could go to main roster as well, or he could just stay where he's at, but he's been there for so long. Evil, I think you give him that belt and then that Japanese invasion happens a little bit. I could see what's his face, Takahashi debuting or somebody debuting alongside Evil to have his back and he starts putting together this faction, or maybe they just avoid that and they get him over as a killer. Who fucking knows? But Tony D, I think he's dropping that goddamn title and you got to put it on Evil for a bit because I feel like it's sort of the Julia thing. Evil's going to win the title, then kind of get fast-tracked to the main roster as well. But he's going to have a bit of a run with that NXT title first. And, yeah, that's my preview for that. So, so Kendall vacated. She gave up the title because of like a quote-unquote NXT call-up. That's when Chu procured it, and then she just dropped it to Lyons. So that's the series of events. Again, just trying to get my Evolve. Thank you, chat, for checking my Evolve lore there. So we move along here, and Night of Champions is going down, and again, 6 matches confirmed. And we might get a fucking segment. Like, who's to say Danhausen doesn't come out and do some silly shit? We don't know. So we have Trick Williams taking on Ricky Saints. And again, Night of Champions. Then the next day, we have all these belts on the line on NXT and TNA and fucking AEW and shit. So many belts in pro wrestling. But Night of Champions itself in Riyadh. Trick Willie Gang taking on Ricky Saints. Now, I think it's way too early to take the title off Trick Williams, and you have Saudi Arabia whoop that Trick. Saints could get this title, but down the line, when they're ready to progress Trick up to the main event picture, otherwise just have him reign with this title. I got Trick thus far. Perhaps my mind will change. Stratton versus Cargill for the U.S. title. Now, how crazy is it? And this is kind of a good thing, but we have like 2 top tier women going at it for the United States women's title. I love that because that's what the men's U.S. title should be. Not trying to shit on like Hayes and Trick Willie and some of these guys, but here you go. You know, you have these girls who are interchangeable world champions on either brand, and they could easily be having a storyline for the women's world title while Liv was winning Queen of the Ring and didn't even need the belt, or they were just fighting over the WWE women's title, right? But now they have someone else. So the women are starting to get like the men, where it's like, yo, you're underneath. Like if CM Punk and Drew McIntyre is your B shit to your title storylines with Cena and Rhodes, like they're starting to cook like that. The women are. And they have been for a minute, but it's like when you have Io, Liv, Rhea, fucking Jade, Tiffy, like some of these girls can start feuding for these mid titles. It doesn't have to be like a jobber fucking Kiana James and Julia, and not calling, well, Kiana James kind of a fucking, I mean, she's building herself up. It doesn't have to be like a Chelsea Green jobber Alba Fire fucking level title, right? Like this could be Jade versus Tiffy. You know, if Jade won this belt too, I wouldn't even be shocked. These girls have traded wins. They've had title matches against each other. The one U.S. title will remain with Trick. I think Jade captures this U.S. title. And what they do is, I'm sure her WWE title reign, they wanted it to get more over than it was, and they wanted her to fucking dominate way longer. But it's like, how do you dominate all these top women who are fucking, and Jade's up there, as Dave would call them, top women. You know, she can't just dominate and beat everyone, and especially when she's not quite there yet. So if she's fighting mid-upper, mid-lower people, then that's where she should be, and it will only elevate the U.S. title. Again, Tone did do that successfully with Jade, where she reigned with the TBS title forever. However, he fucking fumbled it. And now look at Stat. Statlander beat her. She's just interchangeable. Throw her in a four-way for the title. So Tone just fumbled that entirely. And WWE, if they had just went this route to begin with, it maybe would have paid off more for Jade, as she was distracted of not going after the world title because she had the U.S. title and she just debuted. Did her tag thing with Bianca and them. As soon as they split off, she wins the U.S. and just has been reigning with it the whole time. I think that would have been more effective with Jade, just my opinion. So we have Seth Rollins versus Braun Breaker in a cage. I think this match is going to rule. It's going to be very physical. I bet we get some fucking spot where, because Seth has been beat a bunch of times lately. I think we see a spot where, obviously, even though it's a cage, the Vision's going to get involved. The Profits are going to run them off just to get them on the show and get their pops and shit. I think we get a moment where Breaker spears Rollins through like a cage wall or the door, and then they tumble out, and it's like a double. Oh, his feet touch the floor, or they have Rollins beat Breaker, but it's because his feet touch the floor. So it's like he kind of gets his win back. It doesn't just keep beating Rollins into dust. But I could see them just do some shit where it's like Breaker spears him, the wall breaks, the old Batista, Mark Henry, and then fucking they're both outside the ring, and then it's just like a draw or whatever. And then you have a holy shit moment. And then you get like a one-on-one rematch or like something different at SummerSlam between these two and really cap off their series of matches. Then we have Liv Morgan versus Io Sky. This is the Queen of the Ring finals. I don't know. People can cope about this all they want. Liv just shouldn't be in the Queen of the Ring with the world title. Now they're doing a good job of telling the story among the Judgment Day where like JD's down bad, Dom's down bad. I mean, kind of. Dom's still fucking got a world title and stuff, but Liv's down bad even though she's got a world title, but not really down bad. She's on top right now, and they're kind of like, what the fuck? What about me? Everybody's like, what about me? And they're all kind of, their self-serving is starting to overtake the group, but also the loyalty, where the loyalty lies, is starting to show as well. The scum is separating from the fucking water, if you will. They say cream rises to the top, but so does soap scum. And so we're starting to see like some of these girls might slime Roxanne sooner or later. And they're talking about Raquel's going to get her shot at mommy, or she'll become double champ. And then Raquel, part of me, will go after the Intercontinental title. And then Roxanne's like, but what about me? So they're at least like making the fact that like, why the fuck is Liv the champion in this tournament like a story? I'll give them credit for that. Like they're turning it into like a part of, she just didn't enter it and fucking, yeah, I'm going to get a shot. I'll get eliminated round, whatever. They're pushing her to the end of this thing. Now it's fucked. We have the Owen Hart tournaments at the same time as the King of the Ring. I just, if you watch both shits, if you're just a WWE fan, you probably like this. I don't like how they did 4-way matches either. Just kick it off. It should just be traditional. King of the Ring means something. If you want to have like triple threat qualifiers or something, okay, but it just should be a 16-man or woman and fucking one-on-one, one-on-one, one-on-one. I'm tired of people getting 50-50 booked and fucking protected, overly protected in WWE. They're trying to tell a story. I just don't like this because it limits the women. It limits whatever the Queen of the Ring gets to choose from. Like imagine Io beats Liv and then goes, and I choose you, Liv, because I just beat you. Okay, maybe that's a story, but I already beat you, so I know I can beat you again. All right, like maybe. And I like Liv. And honestly, her song has gotten catchy. Trouble, trouble, that's me. It's gets stuck in your head, you know? But all of my roasting of that track still stand. Io Sky, though, I just don't know who's going to win this match, honestly. I'll do my pick the night of, but Io Sky, I think, deserves it. Again, in Riyadh, she's over as fuck. Okay, Jey Uso's over as fuck. You guys got to understand when you're like, why is Io win everything in fucking Saudi? Because she's over as fuck there. Okay, Jey Uso, super over in Saudi. That's why they put him on the show. Same with Sammy. That's why they build to the fucking triple threat. It is what it is. They're going to please their fans in whatever market they're in, right? But I can't make my pick yet. So Obafemi versus Jay. Well, I guess I'll make an early one. Liv wins it by hook or by crook. Roxanne helps her, and then she's like not appreciative of Roxanne helping her. That's my prediction. Obafemi versus Jey Uso for the King of the Ring finals. Guys, I think Jey Uso's gonna win this shit, unfortunately, and I don't want that either. I really think that Obafemi should just win this shit. Oba, like, people can lose and it's fine. But goddamn, like, you're trying to make him Brock Lesnar, right? Lesnar came in, destroyed everybody, beat people in handicap matches, blah, 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 blah. But then he won the goddamn King of the Ring, won the title, was the youngest guy to ever win it. I think Jey Uso's going to win in Saudi by a bunch of bullshit. Like, all the bloodline guys are going to run in. Like, Solo's going to get involved. Jimmy's going to come out, or Jacob's going to come out, because Roman tells Jacob, like, yo, go take care of Solo. He's sticking his, like, you make sure that he doesn't get involved, like Solo doesn't get involved, right? And then Jimmy and Jay are like, yo, Oos, we told you not to get involved, like, to Jacob after whatever, and they can continue that story line along. But Oba will like wreck everyone, and then Brock's music will hit very last, and then it'll be like F5, and then Jay hits the splash 1 2 3, and then it's Oba Brock. Loser leaves WWE, like loser retires, like Oba goes, and I'll put my career on the line too, or something crazy. Or like, we'll fight in a steel cage, or whatever the fuck. Hell in a Cell. Brock versus Oba. Like, whatever Brock wants to do for his last match, that's what they're going to do. And obviously, he's going to put over Oba. I truly believe that. At SummerSlam in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. It just makes sense. But I think they're going to make Oba look like prime Hulk Hogan times 10. Like, we might even see him hit some shit on Jacob Fatu where we all go, oh, fuck. You know, like Jacob's fucking just got destroyed by Oba. Like, he's snapping on everyone. And then that's when Brock comes out, F5. He can't, and then splash, 1, 2, 3. And Oba still looks strong, but Jay gets the win. And remember, man, Jay beat fucking, I think he got one over Gunther. He got one over Breaker when nobody was beating Breaker. Like, Jay has wins over some of these guys. He is a top guy. You got to understand this. And they're in Riyadh. So I want Oba to just powerbomb squash Jay into Obliviacry, but it is what it is. And then the main event, the triple threat. I could see them crowning Sammy champion here as well. Rhodes can afford to drop this title. Now, I'm not locking that in, but I think with all the crybabies who are like, they should have did it in Montreal, they should have did it in whatever. Sammy's just, I'm sorry, he's like Rowdy Piper. You don't need to give him a world title. It fucking stinks. I know if you're a fan of him. If he had a broken Roman's run, that would have been the worst thing. Anybody who tells you otherwise, anybody who tells you otherwise is fucking mental, okay? I'm telling you right now, Sammy shouldn't have won in Montreal and shit. Like, that was the moment for a reason. I could see them doing it in Saudi where Gunther and Rhodes, like, what happens is Sammy weasels out with the title somehow. He doesn't even have to go on a long reign. He could hold the shit till SummerSlam and then drop it. He could hold the shit until SummerSlam, defend it, and then hold the shit until whatever the next big event is and then drop it, however they choose to do it. But I could see Sammy somehow weaseling away with this fucking title. Because what's the story going to be? Rhodes retains, and then everyone's like, oh, man, Nick Aldis, this isn't fair. Yeah, this really isn't fair. Oh, this is so not fair. Or is it like Gunther and Zayn, their beef kind of spills over, but they're both heels. So then they end up fighting each other at like SummerSlam, and Rhodes goes and fights whoever else. I think ultimately we're getting to, maybe that's what happened. I don't know. If they don't drop it here to Sammy, and then Sammy like drops it to Gunther at SummerSlam instead of Rhodes dropping it to Gunther at SummerSlam. If that, and then Rhodes is the odd man out, and maybe Rhodes is the guest ref this time at SummerSlam to add more heat or something. Maybe that's repeating too much, but Rhodes can afford to like Sammy pins Gunther and not Rhodes. And then Rhodes is like, what the fuck, man? You know, he's already bounced the title around a few times. He can afford to do it. It doesn't hurt him any. So I could see like Gunther or Sammy leaving with this shit. Or maybe Rhodes like defends it and then Gunther gets it off him. I just see I see somebody getting it off of Rhodes here or at SummerSlam. He will drop the title for a bit and then come back, win the Rumble again, or fucking, you know, win it back at the Rumble, or he'll fucking win Elimination Chamber, then get his shot again. Like, Rhodes will always be in the picture. But I could just see him jumbling it around quick before like Mania season and all of that, which I know just passed, but I guess Rumble season or whatever you want to fucking, it's summertime. I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but you got to be forward thinking like that because that's how WWE operates. So yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, is Night of Champions preview. And that was okay, guys, I told you we are going long and we are going late. It's already been 4 hours, guys. Get some fucking super chats in, get some likes in, get some retweets, get some hearts, get some fucking patreon.com/pro wrestle times. Okay, guys? And show your support for PWT. We're going long. And we're going to have a crazy one this weekend as well. We got 2 nights or 2 days, I guess, of PLEs. Saturday, Sunday. But we got to do AEW news. Okay. There's some pressing issues and we got to preview their show. And guys, you know what they say about AEW news, and you know what they say about AEW, and you know what this man has to say about AEW. Chris Jericho. I'm joking. I hit you guys with like 4 or 5 of those today. Guys, everybody all together. Ichi Nissan da. For AEW news, and of course that means that the best guy is Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
So I'm gonna actually chug some water here before we get into it. Both Isaiah Cassidy and Mark Quinn sustained the same injury in the same match on March 28 against the Death Riders. The timetable for a return was not heard. So they both got injured at the same time. Apparently they have similar injuries too. So I don't know what the fuck is going on in AEW, but these guys have been dicked around, and the rumors were NXT wanted them, and they fucked up staying there. They get hurt. They're having sloppy shit matches. They can't stay healthy. And it's unfortunate, man. Speaking of things that are unfortunate, the Hurt Syndicate announced on Collision that they're no longer interested in winning titles. They just want money.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
I mean, this is Tone's way of going, yeah, Lashley versus Kenny Omega. It's never getting booked. Lashley will never be our fucking world champion.
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
Which is fucking terrible. Tone is the worst booker of all times. Okay? And speaking of tag teams here, Dax Harwood announced that FTR are officially taking a break from wrestling, and they're unsure when to return to AEW. I bet they'll be there at the All In show. There's no way they fucking miss that payday. And Dax Harwood goes, for the first time in 12 years, we've decided to step away and take some time for ourselves and our families. I'm not sure when we'll be back, what we're going to do to feed our families, and how much longer we have, or if we even need to prove anything at all anymore. I already make enough to feed my family. And so, I mean, shout them out. FTR, they're a good goddamn tag team. Dax's behavior online is cringe. Whatever. His behavior towards JD is fucking cringe as fuck. Whatever. I would like to see them. There should be FTR versus New Day versus the Bucks versus Edge and Christian in a 4-way ladder match or whatever. They should be a part of that. I want to see the tag division with those 4 tag teams having fucking bangers through 27 and really establishing the tag division and fucking getting over maybe a couple younger teams as well. Throw them in the mix. But FTR, like, they took a break, I think like 2 years ago or something as well. They're like, we're taking time off from feeding our families. And now they're just like, we're taking time off again. And it's just kind of because nobody cares. Like, they drop the titles. Everyone's like, finally. Then nobody gives a shit, but they're going to show up before All In. Certainly. It's just Tone is like, I got nothing for you. And they're just like, okay, we'll wait until the New Day debut and then we'll fucking do our thing at All In. So, shout out FTR, I guess. Speaking of people who don't always have to come to work, Mick Foley, even though he was just signed to allegedly, I heard rumors, guys, and again, I'm not a fucking dirt sheet. None of these mark-ass dirt sheets quote me, but they'll ask me behind the scenes what I've heard about shit.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Weird how that works. But allegedly, Mick Foley's getting paid like 7 figures, okay, to be a part of AEW. And again, Tone is like, he'll be here for multiple events. And it's a multi-year deal. And then Tone is talking about, and we're going to get into it, he's like, talking about how he spoke to fucking Ellison and Paramount recently, and we have such a good relationship. Oh, you mean the guys who put on UFC Freedom 250 and are all bros with Trump and a part of their fucking cabinet and all this shit, and all these sicko retards fucking cope, and they're like, they just hosted the event, but they're not. No, Ari Emanuel's Ellison's personal advisor. Ari Emanuel fucks with Trump, fucks with DJT, And these people are all TKO, and that's what we're talking about. Do you know who walks out and sits with Dana White and the president when they come out to Kid Rock? This isn't just UFC Freedom 250. This is every fucking show. And Paramount just paid AEW, or pardon me, UFC. AEW wishes they'd pay them. They just paid UFC $7.7 billion to not do pay-per-views and shit. What makes anyone think Paramount cares about 500,000 maybe television viewers weekly on TNT that won't translate to everything when it goes to streaming? That won't all be converted. TNT will just be gone, be gone. And it won't convert that way. Like, why do you think they would care about that? They just did 17 million viewers. Connor's back in 3 weeks on streaming. Why would they care about, well, AEW's cheap. It's the same price as UFC to put on. Are you sure about that? And now Mick Foley, is your silence complicit? So I expect you'll be resigning from AEW, right? Or are you just a virtue signaling, pandering fuck? And I'm absolutely right and called Mick out for his bullshit. And you don't actually believe or care about any of that shit. And it has nothing to do with Trump and your fucking TDS or whatever people want to call it. Because this is where it's valid, okay? If you're going to call people delusional about it, you use that shit as a fucking excuse to mark in a money mark. That's all it is. Just admit you marked in a fucking money mark. But he won't do that, and his silence is complicit. So again, I expect a resignation, and then we're putting you in fucking jail, Mick Foley. No, I'm joking. But Mick Foley won't be at Forbidden Door. He has a contractual date for a comedy show in Seabrook, New Hampshire that he did attempt to get changed, but was unable to do so. So Dave he tried. I mean, Mick tried to get it canceled, but he couldn't. That's how much your billionaire, the number 2, the challenger brand, that's how much this is worth to people. Mick Foley chooses, I'm going to do a comedy gig in New Hampshire instead of fucking go to Forbidden Door. Mick Foley was a Japanese legend, Gaijin, who came in and fucking is a legend, right? Some of the matches and some of the shit and he did and putting his body on the line, lost his fucking ear. I think it was in Japan. Maybe it was. Maybe it's in Germany or something, actually. But you guys get what I'm saying. And he won't be there for Forbidden Door because he's just getting paid millions to just show up when he wants, and he will choose to do a comedy gig. I couldn't get out of this comedy gig. How, Mick? You guys know how comedy gigs work? You know how easy it is to fucking cancel or move that shit around or add an extra show? That's just a hit on Mick Foley. He doesn't have to be at Forbidden Door, and he keeps the door money. He splits the door money with the club or whatever the fuck to put on this show. And he sold a bunch of tickets to that comedy show, and he gets a shitload of money to just show up quickly and talk shit. So he's going to get paid regardless to be in AEW, whether he does the Forbidden Door or not. He's already established that. And so he's just going to go do this comedy show because it landed on the same night. He didn't try to get out of it. This guy's just a phony. And he's just doing this for money, which is fine. Inflation's a motherfucker, but just admit that shit. Speaking of signing people and spending money on them, former WWE LFG star Tatiana Dumas. So that is what's her face's girlfriend? The Rock's kid. What's her name? I forget already. Ava Raine. It's Ava Raine's girlfriend, Tatiana Dumas, made her debut tonight at ROH's tapings under the name Amira Soul. And good for her, but like, let's be real. We know what Tone's doing. You know? We move along here. So speaking of women wrestlers in AEW, Deonna Purrazzo revealed that Thunder Rosa pitched for a casket and hair versus hair match in their AEW feud. And let's take a listen. Shout out Steve Macklin and shout out Purrazzo and shout out their podcast. Here's the other thing, though. Thunder Rosa is a huge fumble as well. Let's just be honest about that.
Okay.
And this one's for you, actually.
Okay.
It says, is there a match type
or a type of match you just won't do. And this is from Drinking a Thomas. I don't know.
A match type I wouldn't do. Thunder Rosa wanted our last match in the feud to be a casket match. And she had asked me, like, can I pitch doing a casket match? And I was like, abso-fucking-lutely not.
You're claustrophobic.
I'm claustrophobic. I have such bad anxiety and panic. And my worst fear in life is death. None of those things.
Maybe that would help. Like,
absolutely not. No. She
MAGA Foley. So Deonna Purrazzo won't do. She's willing to turn matches down, even though she ain't getting booked. Which is unfortunate. Speaking of getting booked, your girl Harley Cameron, who's just a gem, and Willow Nightingale. We're at the Supergirl premiere. Shout them out. Shout out my guy James Gunn. And the thing with Supergirl is, again, you have these fucking reporters being like, the queerness, are you the queerness of Supergirl? Do you lean into that? And then Millie Alcock can't be a bitch, so she has to answer the fucking question. And it's just like, who fucking, can we just have a movie? Like, what the fuck does any of that even have to do? We all fuck people, okay? Can we just, who cares, right? And so Millie Alcock answers the question. Bunch of people melt down about Supergirl. And then the Rotten Tomatoes ratings come out. And the critics, this is what gives me hope for Supergirl, even though I always had hope for it. But the critics were all rating it, like the Rotten Tomato critics, they had it rated at like 61% or some shit. Now, typically, the audiences vote completely different these days than what the critics say, right? Like the critics tried to shit on the Super Mario movie. Everyone's like, nope, these movies rule. And this has happened time and time again lately. So I'm like, oh shit, I have like more hope for it, because I don't know what the audience score is. It just came out, but like if the audience score is 90%, these assholes gave it 60. So what's the audience score going to be? You know, not that any of that matters. If you like this movie, you like this movie. It is somewhat subjective, but and there's been talk as well that the DCU is all good. Like they've had talks with Paramount and shit, and they pretty much are letting the DCU roll on as it was, as I said would happen as well. And shout out James Gunn and all the boys over there, but boys and girls over there. But Supergirl, I have high hopes. I want to fucking see it. And again, Harley Cameron doesn't get asked about your queerness on Collision. Do you worry about your queerness, the queerness of the character? It's like, what the fuck are you, like, why? Can we just ask her about Supergirl? How about you do that? But shout out Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron, both looking like $1 million. And again, they're on the red carpets.
How would we team up? But you know what? I tell you what, I think she might want to join us. I was going to say, I think that's a trio situation. That's a trio situation. It wouldn't be a rivalry. First of all, Millie isn't a fellow Australian, right? So she wants to get some of that.
Yeah, and James Gunn, like, he didn't write or do anything with Supergirl, right? He just is like the producer and the overseer of like how it fits into the timeline and all of that. And of course, famously in the MCU, the Russos were at the helm of a lot of that shit, but James Gunn was a guy they consulted. And now a lot of people are like, that's just for Guardians. No, bitch. No, he fucking helped lay out a bunch of how things, you know, Feige was working with people and shit, and the MCU kind of fell off when everything became too compartmentalized. And he's just the guy slapping his name on shit. So, I don't know if people are worried. Like, I don't know if this thing's going to bomb. Masters of the Universe bombed. That movie was pretty good. So hopefully this one doesn't. But again, Superman, people tried to boo-boo on that movie. And then it was like the #1 streamed thing in Paramount history or whatever the fuck. Or not Paramount, pardon me, like Max, HBO, like for Warner Bros. It's like one of their top fucking people streamed it ever movies. So they obviously are looking at that as well on top of like how it does at the box office. But obviously you want to make your money back. But a lot of the sickos in the movie world do this thing where they also become businessmen and they're like, well, you spend $80 million on the movie and then $80 million on marketing. And then that means you need to make $160 million just to cover your nut. And it's not like that isn't true. but it's like, okay, Scarface didn't do that well. Fucking Half-Baked fucking flopped, and now it's a cult classic, and it did good DVD sales and shit. That's how Kevin Smith became Kevin Smith, was DVD sales, boys. So no, I'm joking, but it's a different landscape. So hopefully they're looking at the streaming aspect. But AEW, they have some cross promotion there. Okay. It's not like it's gone anywhere. Everything's still in place. So it's looking good for Tone, which we'll talk about in a bit. Something that isn't looking good for Tone, though, was Yota Tsuji suggesting a boycott of Forbidden Door, which is upcoming. And Shota Umino agreed with the boycott. He understands. Well, maybe not agreed, but he understands where Yota Tsuji's coming from. But he feels there's a responsibility as the IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion. He says, I understand his feelings, so I hope he sticks to his guns. The concept behind the belt is important. And given how the IWGP has been treated in AEW so far, I think it's been looked down upon. I believe it's time to correct that course. So is Will Ospreay, he was putting Umino over. So is Will Ospreay going to have a cry about this, bruv? You know? Is he going to melt down? And bruv, we was killing it in New Japan, bruv. They need to make stars, bruv. Umino agrees because you guys left Nuge to rot. But then Umino does say, however, given there are now other belts bearing the IWGP name, I believe that accepting any challenge overseas is my job as the global champion who transcends borders. Right, but that's Mark shit, Shota Umino. And he might be in kayfabe here for all we know, but this is courtesy of Tokyo Sports. There's a risk with that title could be taken overseas if I lose, but I want New Japan to prove that we're the top shit. So I don't know, man. He's very level-headed, but it seems as though the consensus in fucking New Japan is you're disrespecting anybody that Tone didn't scoop up. It's just pure disrespect. And I told you guys, man, Evil, Tsuji, Takahashi, Tone doesn't like these guys for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because Dave shit on them or whatever. I don't know what politics are going on. Maybe Tanahashi-san didn't like them or didn't like Evil, or I have no clue, but Tone gutted them, ravaged them, and then doesn't take the time to showcase Tsuji or any of these guys. And it's okay if you're Gabe Kidd, because everybody's in on the work. So Gabe Kidd can be like, fuck AEW, bruv. Everyone's in on the work. But when you for real are like pointing out real shit, dude, you guys are slapping us around. I don't want to take that. We're not going to take it anymore. All of a sudden, Will Ospreay's going to have a little 2-day cry, a cry and some crumpets. Right? So speaking of European motherfuckers, Dave Meltzer talked about the reason why there's so many matches on this Go Home Dynamite show that drew 2,000 people, and Tone just loaded it with fucking 10 matches or 12 matches because he's the worst booker of all
The best
time.
guy is Tony Khan.
So Dave goes, one of the reasons it's so loaded is because Tony Khan is a soccer guy. He is well aware of the World Cup, and he's trying to put on a hell of a show going against World Cup soccer. And that is part of it. And again, building this pay-per-view for Sunday. So none of this builds the pay-per-view. Nobody cares that Omega's fighting Zack Sabre Jr. This shit's getting redundant. Okay. Nobody gives a fuck. I'm sorry. Nobody cares. And it's not building shit. And everybody's clowning WWE because the World Cup was on and England versus Ghana was on at the same time. And they were in England and they did 7,000. But people are looking at this Dynamite that's overloaded, and Tone's like, I want to put on a great show. When has overstuffing matches ever popped a rating? I don't think you can look to one time. So when Dave says shit like, oh, he overstuffed it because he knew if the ratings come in and they're fucking terrible, and Dave's just going to go really good against the World Cup, though. But when the ratings come in and they're in the 500,000s, then what? Then you look fucking stupid by saying this is Tone trying to stack stuff. So very bad approach. Tone is the worst booker maybe of all time. More on him in a bit. Swerve Strickland reveals that Tony Khan never told him no when planning spots for matches. Oh, fuck. Really? You don't say. So Tone is being called a liar here by Swerve. Either Swerve's lying or Tone's a liar, because Tone's like, I push back and there's been times where people say it's gone too far. And I'm like, no, that's too far. But then Swerve's like, no, he's never told me no. And when people think of too far, you think of some of the bullshit Swerve's done. And so Swerve goes, no, we never got told no. Well, that's not good. There's been times we haven't asked permission for those things. Well, it's true. Tone doesn't have a backbone. He doesn't tell people no. He's not a good filter, a good creative, or he would say no. You guys go into business for your fucking selves, and you're all getting paid millions, and fucking you're drawing 2,000 people, 1,200 in Mox's hometown. Forbidden Door, there's zero motion, zero hype around it. Could have leaned into the whole World Cup thing going on and how Forbidden Door is like, much like the World Cup fucking features people from the best of the best from all across the globe. So does Forbidden Door and blah, blah, blah. Just straight hot garbage, okay? And Swerve is like, they kind of just happen. We talk about those in the moment feels. We never had those like, nope, bring it back. So when Tone heard the needle, he's all good. The cinder block, he's all good. Or did you guys not ask permission? Either way, those are terrible things, and this is what has hurt AEW.
for dirtbags and lily pickers.
It fucking has. So they knew the drinking blood and syringe spots was coming, but those also aren't life-risking things. Darby Allin, yeah, they're just stupid. Darby Allin wants to jump off the highest part of the show or propel down from All In, Texas. Those are different parameters compared to us. Well, he didn't say no to those either, so it's the same parameters. You fucking guys just do whatever the fuck you want. Holy shit. Fuck beings, man. So we're felting Tone a little bit, and we'll circle back into talking about Tone a little bit. Or no, let's just keep talking about Tone. Fuck all that. So Tony Khan was asked to name the 4 new pillars of AEW. And let's take a listen, man. And this is so cringy. Like, they're pillars, meaning they're like the foundation. They hold up the foundation. And they're pillars, meaning they're like not just interchangeable. And this is just the dumbest shit of all time. Let's listen to
Who do you consider the new pillars of AEW?
Well, that's a great question. It's tricky because it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder. You know, you could ask 100 fans to pick 4 pillars, and they might have 99 different answers. In this case, there are so many great young wrestlers. If I was to pick from a young group right now that has come in recent years.
That ringing is them, by the way. That is terrible.
I would say of the new arrivals, you'd have Tekla, Kevin.
Of the new arrivals. How are you a pillar if you're a new arrival? That literally, it doesn't even make sense.
Retard alert! Retard alert, class!
It's crazy.
Night, I think Kyle Fletcher, and looking up and down the roster, I mean, Mercedes Moné. Really, when I look at the AEW stars, we had a great roster at the very beginning, and we brought in great free agents as we've gone on that have come in recent years. So those would be 4 great people that have come into AEW in recent years that are now.
That's not the answer to the question, Tone. That's not what pillar means. So again, it's just like saying shit to say shit. We're the challengers. We're the pillars. We're the goats. We're beating WWE. Ha ha ha. You fucking sickos want AEW to conform and become the establishment. But you're all anti-establishment, I thought, though. We're doing our own thing, man. It's the alternative. Then why do you spurg out and melt down when it's not that? And why can't you just make fun of Tone for saying shit like this and go, look, the matches, it's just objectively matches with little story, very little story beats, very little fucking character development, actual development, not simpleton elementary fucking Mox just like cut a good guy promo and he shakes people's hands. Okay, well, what about the drownings and the fucking and the kidnappings and the bags over the heads and shit. Like, you don't understand. There has to be redemption for that, right? Watch any good show you like, and watch fucking Dragon Ball Z. Vegeta redeems himself, and he realizes Kakarot's my greatest rival that doesn't go anywhere, but we can't just fight each other to the death. I have a family now, and I can't just blow up Earth, and we have to fight alongside each other to take out greater threats. And although we will do Duke one day, Kakarot, we will have, do final battle in our final years, Kakarot, but he just doesn't fight him every day because you can't do, like, that's character development, bitch. Fuck. Has to be reasons for things, not just Moxley going, oh, and I won the Continental, and so I'll shake your hand. Shooby-doo-wah, I'm cool. Aren't I cool? But I'm still a heel, right, guys? Because I'm a cool badass. That's not storylines. That's not character development. Okay? So this pillar shit is just goofy and funny. And it's goofy and funny how the sickos want it so badly to be the establishment, to become what WWE is. It's really funny, man. Instead of leaning into the anti-establishment, and they are the underdog, and they are the fucking, like the way ECW did. But Tony Khan talks about the merger between WBD and Paramount affecting the future of AEW, and he goes, I have great relationships with the owner and chairman, Mr. David Ellison. He's a wrestling fan. Tone always says that. They're a wrestling fan, which obviously he's a WWE fan. But Mick Foley, I expect your resignation. Tone has a great relationship with the Ellisons, whose advisors, who not only the Ellisons have great relationship with Trump and the UFC, which people call a MAGA company, which they put on a fucking MAGA event, pretty much, UFC Freedom 250, and it just objectively ruled. It really did. It was cool as fuck. I'm not MAGA, but I'm Canadian, for fuck's sake. So, it was just cool. It was like some Street Fighter shit. They're fighting in front of the White. It was cool. The production was done really well. Honoring the troops and shit is always a good thing. But they hosted this fucking event on the White House lawn, and they put on UFC Freedom 250 that Paul Walter Hauser and everybody had to cry about. And Tone's got a great relationship with the people who were sitting front row. Where the fuck do you think the Ellisons were at that night? Not there, sitting next to Trump and Musk and all these fucking guys. What are you all, dumbasses? So Mick Foley's silence is complicit, and I expect his resignation.
To ask you too about Paramount.
His Tone has a great relationship with Paramount and can't wait to be on Paramount, and loves David Ellison, who's a wrestling fan, who might even attend the shows. Mick, then what?
Warner Brothers Discovery merger, if you had any conversations with either side, kind of about how AEW fits into their future structure as they move forward with that.
That is another great question. You're on a roll. That is a huge, exciting development for AEW. We have a great partnership with Warner Brothers, and we've been on TBS for many years. We've been with TBS and TNT going back to 2019 now, and it's going to continue for a long time. There's a great tradition of wrestling on TBS and TNT, as a lot of your listeners know, and I'm really proud that AEW is a big part of that tradition now. So I always appreciate when people watch the shows every Wednesday on TBS, every Saturday on TNT. There's a lot of excitement on all sides about this. Paramount just coming in, but I have a great relationship with the owner and chairman of Paramount, Mr. David Ellison. David Ellison's a wrestling fan. He's the same age as I am. He's a big sports fan. He's built up Skydance Sports.
That ringing is the worst shit ever.
And I know him from working with the NFL and NFL Films. And he's done a fantastic job building up Skydance to be a partner for NFL. They've done tremendous documentaries, and he's a great filmmaker with Skydance. And now Paramount.
That ringing's going to fucking drive me insane.
And I'm so thrilled that he's going to be taking over Warner Brothers. There's a lot of excitement on all sides.
He's so thrilled that he's going to be taking over Warner Brothers. Expect that resignation letter, Mick Foley.
About it. Absolutely. This is going to work out very, very.
Yeah, so again, Mick Foley's just a hypocrite, and more of the same from AEW. What can you say about it? So all tickets are free now for AEW's Ring of Honor tapings. And according to Hannibal, they've resorted in putting pictures of fans in the background. So these fans are like painted on the wall of the studio to make it look like there's fans, but really it's just the people on the floor here. Now, I don't know if Hannibal's lying or not. Let's read some of these comments. That's actually kind of slick. So yes, I've had to. This is Hannibal. Yes, I've had to argue with about 20 AEW trolls insisting those are real people. It's realistic for sure, but nothing but a picture of fans. Yeah, if that's real, I mean, that's fucking cooked if that's what they're doing. I mean, that's what WWE did in the pandemic. They used video board fake fans. Because how, like that's super cringe, man. Just accept what it is and downsize. Tone. Just figure it out, dude. Figure out how to fucking film a show in a fucking warehouse and make it look cool. That's what NXT's done. Like, holy fuck, man. Painted fans on the wall. That's fucking nutty, dude. So let's preview quickly. We're going to rifle through Forbidden Door here before we get out of here, folks. Holy shit. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 matches already announced. You know Tone's going to add more. He probably added some on Dynamite already. So the Divine Dominion versus Thunder Rosa and Olympia for the tag titles at the buy-in. Obviously, Dominion are going to win. That's a no-brainer. Shitty, pointless, fucking... Everyone's a great wrestler. Cool, bro. Just a random match. The outcome's obvious. The steel cage match. 5 versus 5. Thrown, or 6 versus 6, sorry. Team Darby versus Team MJF. Thrown together. Garbage with Orange Cassidy. Like, nobody gives a fuck. Just thrown together teams-wise. MJF had to go get Callis family, boys. Why isn't the story just a fucking story about the Callis family then? And MJF can just defend his world title. Like, you don't need, I don't know. I don't fucking know. And it's not Worlds Collide at all, this match. It's just all AEW guys. So then we have the Dogs versus Cage and Cope. I'm cool with that, I guess. Like, Connors and Finley are cool, and Cage and Cope need some legit contenders for their titles, and they'll just get a nice defense. Okay. But again, like, whatever. If they did that on Collision, no one would bat an eyelash. So then you have a 3-way tag, just because. And this is where you get I don't even know what this team is. I'm assuming from Japan. Versus the Bucks versus Sky Team, which is Mystico and I forget, Drilistico or whatever the fuck. Sorry. I don't know everyone's names, but again, Dave's going to give this 7 stars. It's just going to be a bunch of flips. And if Mystico is so fucking over the way El Grande is, why is this the match he's in? You know? If Mystico's so fucking over, Dave, why do the AEW fans not care and the MLW fans care way more about fucking Mystico? So Jon Moxley's defending the Continental Championship against Bandito. Okay, it'll be a match. They'll be like, oh, that was the worst match on the card, and like it was still a banger. All right, I guess, 2 AEW guys throwing down fucking Continental title. It's Forbidden Door. You'd think Mox would be the guy defending his title against people from different continents. A couple European guys, maybe a couple Japanese guys. No, he's going to defend it against a guy from the same continent of North America and who's also in AEW. It's like, Tone, you're the worst booker ever of all time. Tekla's taking on Starlight Kid for the AEW Women's World Championship. Cool, I guess. Tekla's going to defend. I don't know if any of these belts shift hands. Like, maybe Tone tries to shock everybody and put the belts on Olympia or something, but doesn't look like anybody's winning any of these belts. So it's all just predictable garbage. I could see maybe Bandito winning that Continental title, but probably not even. And then you have the IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship, which is not going on Pac. So Tone's just like, you can have Pac against Umino. Okay. Can't even get the Nuge World title because you guys don't like Tsuji because you're fucking marks. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Kenny. Okay. Like, just thrown together. Kenny should be in the world title picture. It should just be fucking MJF versus Kenny, or Kenny fighting Tsuji for their world title. You know what I mean? Like, instead just, we'll bring Zack Sabre Jr. in mandatory because he's on every Forbidden Door and every All In Wembley because he's from the UK. And Sabre even said it. I'm gearing up for UK, meaning he's gearing up for All In. He said that in an interview or on the show or whatever, which means he's going to be on All In. So there's shoehorning. I'm like, fuck. So Mercedes Moné against Maya World in the Owen Hart tournament. Now, they should just try and shock the world and have Maya World win. Honestly, fuck it. Just pull the trigger, try and do something special. Try and Kofi Mania her. Obviously, the people aren't getting behind it. But the smart thing, what they should do, though, is Mercedes Moné wins, and then she fucking wins the world title in Wembley. Finally, she belt collected. She dropped all the belts. She will capture the AEW women's title that she failed to collect during her belt collection era, and that actually puts the women's title on more of a pedestal, except for she's billed higher than the fucking Tekla match, so I don't know. And then you have Strickland versus Ospreay. Again, this is going to be a 17-star match for Dave. Ospreay's this is the most predictable fucking card of all time. Ospreay's going to win that, then he's going to go to All In, and he's going to face Omega like Dave laid out, or he faces MJF, whatever. If it was me, it's MJF versus Ospreay. But yeah, Ospreay, Moné, Omega wins and then goes to Montreal. Umino, Tekla, Moxley. I don't know this three-way bullshit. Maybe the Bucks will probably win though. Cage and Cope. I don't. Maybe Mystico gets the pin. Who fucking knows? Team MJF and versus Team Briscoe. I bet you Team Briscoe wins this, and this is how MJF takes a loss, but he doesn't lose his belt or whatever the fuck. And then obviously the Divine Dominion wins. So super predictable card. And if Cage and Cope just right away drop the belts and then dip out again, holy fuck, I'm going to hysterically laugh. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. This was a very long over 4.5 goddamn hours. PW, we end our poll. We stopped the poll, and 75% of you said that you're looking forward to Night of Champions. None of you are looking forward to Forbidden Door, and we even had sickos in the chat. So again, the fans don't really care. The ones who claim they care about AEW, they claim the least, or they care the least. TNA Slammiversary, 6%. 19% said NXT, Great American Bash. You fucking E-drones, dude. That's all you guys are. No, I'm joking. I've been Phil S. Marks. I love you all. I will see you for Sicko Saturday. Be good. Make sure if you're watching this on replay, you hype the video, and I'll see you guys next time.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone made another huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announced announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in his head. The forums laughed, the podcast cried, the tribal wars burned all night. But Dave was there with a brand new take, explaining every questionable mistake. The critics yell from far and wide, but Dave is always by Tone's side. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong, and I'll tell you why. If Tone Books didn't certify, Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone on the phone at 2:45.
Dave, what'd you think of the show?
Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history.
That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro.
The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here.